right, folks, here we are, home of stop number 2 of the National Professional Fishing League here on Lake Norman. A very unique tournament. It is a lot, and I mean a lot of anglers in this field that are very familiar with Lake Norman.
Shane Lineberger, I'm from Lincoln, North Carolina. I've lived here for 50 years. See, just like I said, post spawn. See how skinny? That fish all the way 3.5 pounds. It weighs about 2.5. If we could get us 4 of them every day and a 4-pounder to go with them.
Shane LaHue, I'm from Catawba, North Carolina. I have lived there since 2016, but I've lived in North Carolina since I was 16 years old, so 21 years now.
Hey, I'm Matthew McBee. I'm from Concord, North Carolina. I've lived on Lake Norman for over 25 years and consider this my home lake.
Will one of those anglers be the one to take home the chrome? Or will it be a newbie like Kyle Welcher?
Just got off of a great week, the Bassmaster Elite Series. I don't think I've ever even made a cast in North Carolina before practice for the Elite Series tournaments.
Never been here before, but you talk about a man on a roll. Son.
If I could pick one person to probably win this, I'm going to go with David Williams.
My pick would be Shane LaHue. I've known Shane since he was a kid.
Shane LaHue, he's fishing good, he's local.
I'm gonna go with Jason Wilson. He's very good on this lake and he has been for a long time.
April, pre-spawning and post-spawn. We're calling this the great equalizer.
Catching a lot of fish, you got to weed through them. I think 12 pounds a day is probably going to get you a decent check. I think it's probably going to take, I'd say in the range of 48 to maybe 51 pounds to win the event.
I think the winner weight's going to be 46 to 48 pounds a win.
Somewhere between 45 to 48.
I think to win, it's going to be probably 16 3 days in a row. You know, it's going to be looking for those big bites this week, and I'm really looking forward to getting after it.
Beautiful Charlotte, North Carolina skyline. It's hard to believe a bass fishing gem like Lake Norman rests so close to the big city. Welcome to stop number 2 here of the National Professional Fishing League's 2025 season, Lake Norman. And hello, friends and neighbors. I'm Luke Duncan, and today I got my man, Fat Cat Newton, with me here in studio. And before we get to the amazing bass fishery that is Lake Norman, obviously a great day one here, Fat Cat, on Lake Norman for all our NPFL pros, but rightfully overshadowed by a couple boating accidents. One in particular happened here with an NPFL pro and a local angler. Luckily, both walked away okay. That was not the case in an MLF event on Smith Lake. And we'd just like to start the show by extending our deepest condolences to all involved, from the MLF crew to the anglers to the families of the victims there. And just a heavy day in bass fishing yesterday. And we just definitely want to make sure everybody knows that that is heavy on our minds and on our hearts today.
Absolutely. Like fishing world, we know we're in the fishing world. It's a huge business, but it's a tight family. And regardless of who you're with, where you're running, we're all together, and we want everyone to be safe. And our hearts, our thoughts are with the people involved, the family, the friends, everyone affected by it. The whole community it's our hearts pour out.
Community is a great way to put it, because it feels like the fishing industry is very big when you're outside of it, but those of us in it, it's a very it's a tight knit, very small world, and see a lot of people jumping to conclusions and things online. Just like to say, put all that aside. There's nobody to blame in any situation. Just think about them and pray for them. That's all we can do at this point. It's very heavy. That being said, we are rolling on. We have 2 more days of competition, and we're going to bring you some live coverage today from Lake Norman. We got a tight one. We got a tight one over here, and we expected that coming into this event, that the weights would be stacked up. You've got ounces separating the top 5. You've got less than 2 pounds separating basically the top 20 right now. More like a smallmouth event up in the Northeast than a largemouth spotted bass event. Who do you think we see? We saw the locals. There's more North Carolina guys in this field than we've ever seen before, probably because of Lake Norman. You got like 20 or so in the top,
it's crazy.
in the top 50 right now. But one Greg Hackney, the Hack Attack, stands in between them and winning a shield, and he's a man on fire.
Not gonna lie, with so many local anglers involved with this tournament, did not see that one coming, but you can never underestimate the Hack Attack.
No doubt about it. Let's take a look at that leaderboard that Greg Hackney sits on top of. Not a lot of cypress trees here on Lake Norman, but the Hack Attack on top officially. This is our unofficial leaderboard here, and Jason Burrows on top of that. This is brought to you by our Fishing Chaos Catch Track. So all of our anglers are encouraged to, they're encouraged, strongly encouraged back at sometimes, to enter their estimates, their weight estimates, and that's what gives us a look at this. Of course, Greg Hackney on top officially after day one with 16.6. Yesterday had a 6-ounce lead over Ricky Robinson from Tennessee, the Tennessee pro, kind of a little LSU Tennessee volunteer action right there at the top of the leaderboard. I know you love your college football.
I don't know nothing about that life.
Big Al likes my college.
Big Al's all about it
for sure. Patterns at play here. If it has the absolutely a ton of fish catching, but if it has the word spawn in it, it's on right now, whether that's pre-spawn, post-spawn, actual bedding fish, or a little bit of that shad spawn. We started to hear talk of that yesterday afternoon at the weigh-in.
A lot going on Lake Norman. And I mean, whether it's the fishing or it's the pressure out there, but like all phases of the spawn, we saw Big Belly Kelly come in yesterday, and then we saw a 7-pound frame fish only weighing 4.5 pounds because they're spawned out. Like you said, the spawn shad is on. It's a lot, and I mean a lot going on. Easter week out there. These boys, a lot of guys off work. They're going to be fishing against locals. And they're already talking about how it's getting thin. It's getting thin. The stuff they saw during practice, the bass they had on beds when they went back yesterday, it's like,
how many times did we hear that story yesterday from guys like John Cox and so many others that are sight fishing experts? And they said, hey, these big females, they roll up on the bed and they go. And Lake Norman's a highly pressured fishery.
Absolutely.
And a lot of times on these clear water pressured fisheries, those females do not hang around long. They know the drill and they slide right back out there to a little bit deeper water. And we heard a lot of that yesterday, but we've already seen some fish catching going on this morning. So let's get out on the water to one of those locals, North Carolina's KJ Queen.
Oh, well, let's start. Get the monkey off her back. Well, 1 pound nothing. God, I don't know where that big one went.
AJ, one of those angler experience on Lake Norman. Worked mostly a bed fish program yesterday and thought he went through most of what he had found in practice. So day 2 will be very interesting for a lot of our anglers that picked off some of those bigger bed fish yesterday. KJ Queen to East Tennessee's own Ricky Robinson. Ricky working a completely different program than KJ Queen. 16 pounds all spotted bass yesterday, mostly offshore, mostly on topwater.
Hey, Ricky, we're live. Give me a little update. Tell me what's been going on this morning.
Well, I come to the spot this morning. I came to where my second spot yesterday morning where I caught all them fish at. I got 5. They're not as big as they was yesterday, but you know, I guess the plus thing is I do have 5, and the wind's blowing the opposite direction, but I do have wind. That's a good thing. So I swapped around on the opposite side of the island that I'm fishing. But it's still early. Still got plenty of time to try to get a couple more of them big 3-pounders, and it'll help me out a lot. But it's going to be a pretty day. I can see that. Just about 5 or 6 more miles an hour on the wind will be perfect for me. And that's what I'm doing. You see, I'm throwing on banks like this right here. And I need that wind to make that real long cast to get the bait as far away from the boat as I can get it. But the biggest thing
You're throwing a very light topwater.
This morning I got up and I had a really hot breakfast, scrambled eggs, bacon, sausage. My wife had all that cooked.
Now we're talking.
Had supper last night. I got it made with her, I can tell you. And my sons, they're my biggest supporters as she is, because they don't care to call and tell me, Dad, you suck. And they don't care to call and tell me, Dad, good job, too.
I wonder if his wife teaches classes.
But it's been a fun trip. I've had a blast. The practice days and stuff where the wind was blowing, it's unreal to fish. I caught. It's going to take a while for these things to heal up, and I hope I can keep it going for 2 more days. I need 2 more good days of it. We're supposed to get a little more wind tomorrow if I can just get by today. If I can get through the day, and maybe that wind will pick up tomorrow for me.
All these anglers certainly have amazing support
right
systems.
They just don't seem to be on this side of the island. They're on that side right over there. But with yesterday, there was 3-pounders laying over there. I caught 3 and lost 2 more. And I think I had a 3-pounder hit me earlier. He just didn't take it.
Ricky did work earlier, not those 3-pounders like we saw yesterday, but let's take a look back before we went live with Ricky Robinson.
Man, they're smaller today. Stay on there. Stay on there. Oh, that's a good one. Oh, he's just barely hooked. Oh, don't get off. 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 Number 1. Number 2. Number 3. There he is. There he is. There he is. There he is. Stay on there, baby. Stay on there. Thank you, Lord. Number 4.
Off to a great start this morning. Not those 3-pounders, like I said, that he's looking for, and he's going to make a move. We're going to go over to Coop. Richard Cooper. Coop.
I let friends stay there sometimes, you know, but
guest house.
It's the small house.
Buddy.
Been with us every year of the NPFL since 2021.
You could probably fit my house on the porch.
OG.
That big house, that just scares me. That's too much work.
That is a lot of work.
Yeah, those houses on Lake Norman hurt somebody's feelings.
I mean, there's a bunch of vacation houses too, but a lot of people live here full time.
Yeah, but just what it takes to manage a place like that.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm kind of a do-it-yourself kind of guy, so some people see luxury, I see responsibility. I think I'd rather have a one-bedroom shack out in the middle of the woods.
See what I am gonna do right quick. I'm bad about that.
Cooper had the big bass for day one, a 5.8 to anchor his 15.2. He's just 1-3 off the lead from behind Greg Hackney.
I've got some. Okay. I'm more interested in taking the layer off.
Let's jump over to the coach. Patrick Walters started this event in 4th place. No surprise to see him in the top 5 in the Carolinas or anywhere in the country.
Anywhere where there's water, mud puddle, canals. See, and I compare him to Earnhardt quite often. And we're in NASCAR country, son. And see a lot of this.
Yeah, Patrick's going to run and gun a lot. A lot of our anglers are going to do that today, and we're going to do the same. Let's check in with our day one leader, who really needs no introduction, the Hack Attack, Greg Hackney.
Well, he's ready to go sit in a tree stand somewhere.
Listen, if you're something that walks around in the woods or swims, you don't want this man hunting you.
Or fishing for you, ain't no doubt.
Copy. We're live, Greg. Give us an update.
Well, it's definitely not been fast and furious, but we have captured one, so that part's good, and I just kind of biding my time till it gets to where I can see a little better. That's kind of been the deal for me, and it's not necessarily just about seeing the fish, but it's about seeing the stuff that they're getting on, because a lot of them I'm catching blind fishing on stumps and rocks. Honestly, boat docks have not played I'm catching them around the docks, but today may be different. Yesterday, I never weighed in a fish that came off a boat dock. Now, I caught several, but you just kind of have to fish what's in front of you, because literally there's one on everything. There's one on the dock, there's one on a stump of rock, some just cruising the bank, you know, some paired up spawning. And that's kind of what I'm doing. I had marked some in this, under this dock right here, actually, that were on the bed. And that's kind of what I'm doing. I figured that out yesterday. Rather than just going in the place where and going to one I saw, I'm just going in those areas where I saw some and fish everything in that area seems to be the deal. Because a lot of those fish I found in practice were gone yesterday. Now, with that being said, the biggest fish I had yesterday I found in practice, and she was still there and had not spawned yesterday. She still was pre-spawn.
Hard to believe man goes to Lake Norman, leads day one, and did not.
And I think another thing with the boat docks are getting fished really hard, if that makes sense. They're catching the ones off the, you know, I was in several pockets with guys yesterday, and they were really targeting the docks, and I really, you know, yeah, I'm fishing the docks too, but that's not, definitely not the only place the fish are setting. I had those marked here. I don't know.
For all the spinning rod haters out there, yes, that's Greg Hackney with a spinning rod, and I bet you don't say anything to him about it.
I don't see anything in there.
That ain't no Mickey Mouse setup either. Maybe some catfishing with that thing too if you wanted.
Hackney started his NPFL career with an 8th place finish down at Santee Cooper. So a man on fire right now, indeed, in the league.
I'm not seeing many this morning, you know, which I wasn't in here yesterday, but I'm not seeing a bunch of empty nests either. That's the other thing. I'm kind of going to have to go back through some of this stuff because there's new ones, you know. There's some new fish that went to spawning that were not, you know, so you can't. Crazy thing is, the fish I thought I would start the tournament on, I mean, is locked on tight. And I guess it was the last day of practice. I find it that morning in the dark. I mean, it's locked on. I come back at 2 o'clock and check it. It's gone. I'm like, oh, I was like, I will run 100 miles an hour to get to this fish. You know, I'm fired up. I mean, and she was probably a 5-pounder, and you know, she didn't look to be spawned out. I don't know, but she was with a buck that was 10 inches long, and I don't know, something. And the funny thing is, I catch that big one I caught yesterday 100 yards from where she was. I saw it before I saw her. It didn't look that big. I thought it was a 3.5 pounder. And it was a 410, so maybe she was a 6 or 7. I don't know. I caught her 5, but I'm gonna fish this dock and then we'll crank up, just run right around the point. I had another good one I fished for yesterday I spent the better part of 2 hours during the day fishing for. And I got her to bite one time and she got the dang bug off the hook. And weirded her out. I couldn't get her to bite again. I fished for her so much yesterday, I don't know. I might go back today, I don't know. It would be later if I do. Because I'm afraid. I went back and had her to turn up on the bait an hour later. And then she got weird and never touched the bait and went out there and didn't come back. And I was like, ah. She was with 2 tiny other bass about that big, and I came back later in the morning and they were both gone. So I don't know if somebody had fooled with her and caught them, you know, or what. I mean, she stuck out like Ray Charles could have seen her. Yeah, let's go.
25 about to make a move.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hop around. We're not gonna run very hard, but we are gonna get up.
Hack Attack's going to make a move.
It's a good way to start the morning. Good old dose of Hackney.
Let's get a dose of East Tennessee right here, Ricky Robinson.
Need that wind blowing the other way.
It's my guy right here.
got a text from the one and only Matt McKee, and he said that Ricky's sons don't let him
Ricky,
know
we're live
that
again.
he's
Tell me
ducks.
about
They
this
just
movie you
make
made.
sure to riv him
This is what
constantly.
started at yesterday morning. Like I said, all this stuff is, I got it based on a south wind or a southwest wind blowing in here. Today it's blowing out. I come in here on our last day of practice, made 2 casts, caught a 3-pounder, and I said, okay, this is where I'm starting at. The day before that, they was all stacked up in here. This is, I thought was going to be my prime spot here. It's a really good area, the way if the wind's blowing into it. So we're having to move up here shallow and throw into the wind that way, and it's not seemed to be working for them right now. They don't want the bait going that way. They need the wind to switch, or I'm going to have to go to some other places that the wind's hitting on it right. I mean, we're setting 3 or 4 feet of water is all we're in, casting out there in about 7 or 8. I've not had a bite since I've been here. We've been here for about 7 or 8 minutes right now, but normally it don't take but a minute to let you know if they're here. But during my practice and stuff, I went, this is what I rode around and looked for, places like this right here. I got several of them marked. The smaller it is, the better it has been. So it's been bigger fish on these area here in that first area. But normally number-wise, if that gap in between this gets small, it's a whole lot better. And they don't have to be deep. I mean, the magic number for me, my boat's really to set in 7 feet. But we still got time. Maybe we can, it's 8:30, we still got time to, I got somewhere around 20-something places like this marked, 20-something different places that the fish was on during practice. Just gonna have to hop around a lot today, it looks like, and try to follow the wind. This bite here keys so much on the wind blowing. The harder it blows, the better it is.
Great stuff from Ricky Robinson, kind of walking us through the thought process and the pattern that brought him 16 pounds to Big Al McCullough yesterday of spotted bass on that topwater. Let's take a look back at a few highlights, Fat Cat, that we have seen on Lake Norman so far this morning. Richard Cooper.
There he is.
Robinson.
Number 4.
No shocker seeing some early morning action.
Behind that dog.
Hackney.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling, paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Bass Cat Boats. Feel the rush.
Epic only gives you one shot. So come armed with the Quest series. Minn Kota's toughest motors yet. Go where the fish are worth the fight. Where chaos is the cost of entry. Where the highlight reels happen. Motors that never let up, so you're never let down. The bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
Pro Guide Batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide Batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
The juice.
We're live.
Well, it's still not. I went from no bass to. Hey, last time we were on live, I didn't have one. I went from no bass to 3 bass. I really only have 1 bass, if that makes sense. But I only caught one, better one. Still kind of fishing. I can't see really well yet, to see the targets. That last one, the sun was shining right under that dock and I could see that shell patch. And that's one thing I've noticed on those spots. I don't see that on the largemouth bed, like they'll just be clean dirt or whatever. The most of those spots, everywhere there's one on the bed, I can see those shells. So, I'm targeting the shell more so than I am the actual fish, Hoping I got enough of these worms to get me through one more day. Like typically this time of the year, the bottom of my boat would be full of rodents or rage bugs, but this week it's going to be little worms.
You know all about that life, don't you, Luke?
Oh, yes, Fat Cat, I'm a finesse expert.
Talking about the little worm.
And again, you can't, I can't make all the casts in the same place because there'll be a big fat one out here or a post spawn one out here on the end of the dock. You just kind of have to keep an open mind on where they are. I'm not going to spend any time on that stuff, but it's worth making pitching that worm out there on it. So Mr. Goad, told us this morning that he had a dock that he caught a 3-pounder on in practice and had 10 of them with it. I have not found that magical dock. Now, I do know the dock he's talking about because I saw him fishing on it yesterday, but I'm going to stay away from that dock, but I will keep my eyes open for one of those magical ones.
2023 Progressive Angler of the Year Todd Goad giving Hackney some tips this morning on Lake Norman. I think he's trying to get in his head.
Oh, yeah. Goad father playing them games. He's off to a good start this year.
I'd say catching a 9-pounder at Santee Cooper. Buddy. Definitely got his year off the right way.
Setting good with the progressive AOI points. So was this fella right here. Did not see this coming though, Luke. Didn't see Hackney taking day one lead at Lake Norman with so many locals in the roster.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised we had this much wind, you know. I mean, I thought the wind was only supposed to blow like 3 today at the most, but it seems like it's already maybe blowing a little harder than that. Dang, I didn't see that bed. See nothing on it.
You know you're living right when you got a double-decker deck.
Quad box action. Coop, KJ Queen, Patrick Walters, Ricky Robinson.
Some diversity in that quad box, Luke.
Yeah, spent a lot of time hacking this morning. This is the rest of the top 5.
Yesterday's big bass was 5'8" by Richard Cooper. If it holds up, it'll be the second smallest tournament big bass in NPFL history behind a 414 from Lake Winnebago in 2021.
Is that something you're trying to be known for?
Interesting
Records
fact.
are records.
Records are records. I'm known for breaking stuff. So I'm always talking about records. I sound like a broken record sometimes.
Sound like a fork on a plate sometimes to me.
You probably ain't the only one.
Sorry, I didn't let you know that time.
KJ, obviously a seasoned local of this body of water, also fishes the Bassmaster Elite Series, been very successful there. Looks like he's going to make a move. Richard Cooper, also in North Carolina. Patrick Walters from down at Santee, and most of you in the bass fishing world obviously know Coach Walters, 4-time NPFL champ, multi-time Bassmaster Elite champ, Bassmaster Open, college fishing champ, and on and on and on. And Ricky Robinson, this is his first year with us here in the league, not veteran angler from East Tennessee. Will definitely be on that favorite list at our next event at Willis Lake over there, right in his backyard.
Need the big one. Need some big ones.
So Ricky throwing that top water, high risk, high reward, does come with some losses every now and then.
Please let me
Take a
have
look
it.
back.
Stay on there. Bury them hooks up in your side.
Right after we left Ricky, this happened.
Please let me have you. Please let me have you.
Oh, man.
Done it yesterday, losing 3 of them, and already lost 1 today. I thought I had that one.
Brutal.
I hope I ain't wrong, but I think they're coming. That's 4, 3 or 4. They're jumping there. I've seen one jump there. I'm hoping they're coming.
We're live, Ricky. Tell me more about that. What you think's about to happen?
I keep watching them right out here where my waypoints are. They keep I keep watching them jump. They're coming, I think they're coming in. I'm hoping so anyhow. And know what they are, they're big. I'm still having trouble getting that one out of my mind. I had him right at the boat, and it's well in the fours. It's a really good fish. We've done a lot for me today. The bites have been slower today than they have been yesterday, but another one. But they get in here when that wind's blowing in here. There's some good ones that get up in here, like that one right back there. The day I found this spot, I think I caught 3 like that. You know, between that 2.5 to 3 pounds. But I don't care how bright that sun gets and stuff. If I get that little breeze, they'll still come and get this thing if you can get it over top of them.
Now Patrick Walters, all by his lonesome. $15.5 yesterday, 1 pound, 1 ounce behind the Hack Attack. This tournament will come down to consistency over 3 days. As we said at the show open, 210, 2 pounds, 10 ounces from 1st to 20th. Top 10 only separated by 1 pound, 15 ounces. So 1 4 to 5 pounder can swing that.
563 keeper bass came to the scale yesterday, 3rd most in NPFL history behind something else.
Lake Hartwell.
It is.
These Carolinas kick them out. Patrick looks like he's trying to sneak up one on the nest. Having some audio issues as well, Patrick. So you get to hear the soothing sounds of Fat Cat. Go ahead, Fat Cat.
I bet you, knowing Patrick, he turned it off himself. We can't
True.
even put fish in the catch track. That son of a gun, he's sneaky. I'm telling you, he got some Earnhardt in him. I'm surprised he sat in one spot so long.
Out of the North Carolina boy, Coop, Richard Cooper. 1-3 off the lead to start day 2 here at Lake Norman. Last week, just up the road in North Carolina, we witnessed the biggest blowout in bass fishing history. Kyle Welcher, one of our anglers here this week, won the lead series on the Pasquotank River.
So I started here yesterday. Well, it's my second stop yesterday morning.
37,000 pounds.
And I caught 4 keepers and like 5 casts. And pretty much when I would reel one in, there'd be 2 or 3 with it. But today, they seem to have vanished, which this spots are notorious for that, so it's not a big surprise to me or anything. But I started on it again, didn't catch anything, and now we've come back just to hit it for just a second, just to see. But so far they have vanished.
What do you have in the box? How you feeling about it?
Got one in the box right now, just a little one, like a, I don't know, 14.5 incher or so. It doesn't weigh much, just a spot. Wish I had more, obviously, but I still feel okay. Just gotta fish real slow, and it'll eventually happen. Just gotta grind it out. Today will be tougher, I knew that, than yesterday, just because of the lack of wind. Wind drives these fish, but it's gonna be tougher. The weights are more than likely to be lower, unless I'm completely wrong. But I feel like the weights are gonna be lower, and just gotta keep my head in it and keep my head down, fish real slow. But we're gonna get ready to make a move and start catching them, I hope.
Stuff from Richard Cooper, your day one big bass leader with a 5.8, 15.2 overall.
4 or 5 docks right there, and then
I take a look at the unofficial leaderboard, the Chaos Catch Track leaderboard. Everything unofficial until they show back up at Black Landing this afternoon with Big Al McCullough. But no surprise there, Jason Burrows on top right now after a 14-pound, 7-ounce day one. He started the day in 10th place officially after day one. He said he caught them all in about 10 minutes. It was a long day after that, but he is a Clearwater, Carolina expert. Just won a BFL in Lake Hartwell this past Saturday, fishing on a roll. He's always in contention here in the league, so no surprise to see him in the mix. Ricky Robinson, Ron Farrow, Cole Harris having a great start.
Champlain kid.
The Norman kid right now for sure. The D team, leader of the D team. Is that something you claim, being a leader of the D team?
Oh, hey, loud and proud, son.
No doubt
Loud and
about
proud.
The Crappie King, Kevin Rogers, Hack Attack, Greg Hackney, Coop, Richard Cooper, Brandon Cobb, KJ Queen, and Patrick Walters rounding out your unofficial top 10 right now. We've got another leaderboard within a leaderboard. The folks at Bass Cat Boats, the official boat of the National Professional Fishing League, going to pay $20,000 if you win in a Bass Cat, but $7,500 going to the highest finisher. We had Hank Cherry win that at Santee Cooper, so an additional $7,500 from the Bass Cat Quest program there.
Feel the rush.
Take a look now, and like I said, tournament within a tournament. There are only Bass Cat owners involved in that, and they're trying to feel the rush and take home some extra money. So the winner will have $20,000 in their pocket if they're driving a Bass Cat boat. Feeling the rush indeed. We're going to take a short break and check in with our sponsors here at the National Professional Fishing League, and we will see you back for more Lake Norman action in just a few moments.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Since 1971, Bass Cat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Bass Cat Boats. Feel the rush.
going on, guys? Knox Hit here with Bass Mooch Fishing, and today we have released the Shovel Tail 4.25. This is our new bladed jig trailer that has flat sides, shovel tail, and what those flat sides do is it allows your bladed jig to track and hunt. It's infused with our mooch juice scent. They stink, so if a bass bites, they hold on. They will not let go. We have 6 awesome colors to choose from. They're available today at bassmooch.com.
We're off the clock to clock more fish, to fill our live wells and empty our coolers, because there's more to explore. The latest Humminbird fish finders work fast, see clearly, and know all the best spots. They fish even smarter paired with the Minn Kota and break down the water like never before. If you like your plans loose and lines tight, then it's time to explore. Only with Humminbird.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hit here, sales manager of Bass Mooch and Level Rods. We just released the new rake series from Level. This price point is under $100. $99.99 is the retail. 8 casting models, 3 spinning models, built on a 30-40 ton Japanese Toray carbon blank, keeping it very lightweight, very sensitive. We got that paired up with some stainless steel tangle-free guides with titanium oxide inserts. We have a multi-contact reel seat where no matter where your hand is at all times, you have direct contact with the blank, making this a very sensitive rod. We have 8 casting models, 3 spinning models. Get yours today at levelrods.com or bassmooch.com.
Welcome back to beautiful Lake Norman. Just in the shadows of Charlotte, North Carolina here. There are a lot of largemouth and spotted bass swimming around, trying to avoid these NPFL pros, but they didn't do a very good job of it on day one because the boys brought the heat and they felt the rush. And right before we went to break, we were telling you a little bit about the Bass Cat Contingency Program. And here's that official Bass Cat leaderboard, these Bass Cat owners. Cole Harris on top of that right now here on day 2. Kevin Rogers, Zach Burge, Hank Cherry, Will Fletcher, Hunter Bogman, Jason Wilson, Brian Hatfield, Alan Armour, and Andrew Upshaw rounding out the top 10. Of course, the highest finisher, again, is going to take home $7,500. But if the winner of the event wins in his basket, $20,000.
Cha-ching.
Now back to a man that's trying to chase down that $100,000 and that shield to go with all his other trophies. Greg Hackney. Strike King Pro, top 10 at Santee Cooper.
Well, I got a little limit
here today.
That's about all there is to report. I'm still just creeping around up here, slinking. I am not seeing, now I know the majority of the ones I caught this morning were on the bed, but I've not seen any yet. and I can see pretty good, you know. That's what I'm doing. Because there will be some bigger bonus largemouth mixed in where they're like I said, I put an American flag on this pocket because it had a lot of keeping spots in it. Because I didn't put a mark on a fish that was under 2.5 pounds in practice if it wouldn't, you know. But if it was an area that had a lot of fish, I'll just mark the pocket because there's a chance there'll be a new female, you know, come up with some of those keepers. So. And then after yesterday, there were so many fish gone that I had marked. I was like, I really just need to be fishing and looking for new ones because realistically, only one fish I weighed in yesterday I had found in practice. I saw something over here. I couldn't see it from the other side. I wanted to come over and peep at it. God, it's big. I don't know. I don't think this fish was on the bed. There's like a 4 or 5 pounder just swam about the first. That light spot right there is what I was looking at. I don't know. I can't tell if that fish was a spot. It looks like a big largemouth. I got on. It wasn't that spooky, but I got on top of it. But it was just cruising. It wasn't. I was looking at that spot, which actually was a patch of grass. It wasn't even a. But that's the reason I had to fish like that, just like that big one that just swam under, you know. That fish just as could have easily been locked on the, you know. And when you're blind casting, a lot of times you can catch that fish, you know, before you have a chance to catch it before it sees you.
Lake Norman is clear as an aquarium in a lot of areas, especially in the lower end of the lake.
It wasn't like crazy spooky, but it was so deep swimming. I never saw any sign of any spawning habitat there that it would have been on. I thought I was going to get a shot at it right there because it just kind of eased out there and stopped. I was like, I may be able to lead it a little bit, but then I guess it finally sensed me being too close. But that's the reason you gotta, it's not like pockets of big ones. There's one, there's two, you know, so you kind of have to.
As we mentioned, Hackney top 10 at Santee Cooper. The season ended right now. He'll be your Angler of the Year. We've got a long way to go in that Progressive Angler of the Year race, but he has also won the Bassmaster Elite Angler of the Year and the FLW Tour Angler of the Year. So how cool would it be to see him go 3 for 3? Could be that year. Absolutely. Proud to have Mr. Hackney here with us in the league. A lot of new faces this year, a lot of new rules. No 4-face sonar allowed. Lock up that box.
That's right. And it was funny too, especially Santee anglers are getting a little used to it now. But even Tyler Williams said, "I'm here to practice, but I'm trying to figure out how to not use fly scope because a lot of guys are so used to using it all the time. And it's kind of a learning curve not using it."
Dang, I think that's a spot.
Dual box, Greg Hackney, Ricky Robinson.
I like to sit down at a table with a couple cold ones and them two right there. We'll talk about chewing the fat. Come on.
Can't throw it in that wind. Too light.
That's all fish right here I'm gonna peek back at just to see. I never saw the nest, but didn't act like it wanted to leave.
This was that close, been one heck of a stop.
Still can't see.
Showing Hackney unofficially in 17th place. He has not updated that catch track just yet, but he does have 5 in the box, so he's going to definitely be in the mix with the leaders. I'm going to let you tell him the way in today, Fat Cat, that he has to update his catch track, because I made him mad yesterday because he showed up a little bit late last time. I said, get here when you can. You saw me run up and apologize very quickly yesterday.
I did see that.
It's kind of like the sheriff out here. Kind of got that demeanor about him.
Old just gives you that gaze, and you're like, you know what? Yes, sir.
Wash your boat? Yeah, of course. Let's check back in with local KJ Queen. 3rd place to start the day, and he's searching for some of those spawners.
Hopefully, maybe she's on the bed somewhere. I can't tell if that's a fish sitting in that thing or not. It don't look like it. If it is, it's probably a good one because it's so deep.
Be shocked to see KJ Queen on live. I think we had his name circled. The roster came out for this one.
Didn't even move though. Oh, I could have been real good in here. Said it was not that good. See its bed right there. Golly, I bet you I had a female. So I see a bed over here too. I don't know. Brim hanging out in it now. She left it. Gosh. Hang right there where he would have been. There's the bed.
It's a good place for a Bigfoot sighting.
Is that Paul Benson up there in the trees?
Could be. Turkey hunting.
Lurking. Hunting mushrooms. It's morel season.
That's not the kind he's looking for. Oh, hooked up.
God dang it. That's the buck. Well, ain't you?
14-inch size limit.
Hear that frustration when you hook the buck. You know, years ago, the Shaw Griggs and great Guido Hibdens of the world would say, man, you got to catch that buck and get him out of the way. And I think that was a decoy that they were trying to teach, because really you don't want to catch the buck to be able to catch the female. And so frustration there for KJ.
Exactly.
But he did release it, and that male will go right back up there.
Clear, Mike?
Welcome back to the NPFL Live Studios, powered by Pro Guide batteries. And these boys are wearing out those Pro Guide batteries. They're attempting to running around looking for these sight fish, or in Ricky Robinson's case, running around those shoals, throwing that topwater. Exciting morning here on day 2.
Absolutely,
Lake Norman.
man. Like I said, Greg Hackney's still doing work. And you see a lot of guys are not staying in the same spot for a long time, running and gunning, bebopping and flip-flopping. No surprise there. A lot of docks, a lot of rotating. It's all about staying in that right rotation. That was something we were hearing yesterday. Man, I think I fell out of the rotation. I fell out of the, it's all about that rotation. We're hearing today, even like with Hackney talking about same docks. Goad was talking about a certain dock, and Hackney's like, I know where it's at now. He's looking one similar. Like, it's a lot of guys are recycling stuff and fishing that same pattern, I think, of stuff we'll get into tomorrow, or descriptive on the exact pattern of fishing with the
Yeah, I
docks.
think we could see the pattern change as well. We heard that shad spawn starting yesterday from several guys, and you mentioned yesterday afternoon, this water temperature is getting into the 70s.
Oh, yeah.
Things are changing. We had a full moon last week. Some of these fish have been spawning for a long time over here, so you're starting to get more and more post spawners. We heard Ricky Robinson say that earlier. I hope they're coming to me. Maybe they're coming to me. And with all the guys we talked to yesterday that said these big females left me, they left the bed. Does this become a battle of spawners versus who connects with one of those big all-four schools of post spawners?
I don't know, man. It's tough. It's tough. Like, and seeing what Richard Cooper did yesterday, bringing the 1 over 5. Could a guy get a couple of the Kellys off the bed and really bring 18, 19-pound sack?
Take this thing way on up. Certainly an exciting start to stop number 2 here of the 6th event season. Let's take a look at where else this whole road will take us this year. Up next, Douglas Lake, up there close to Dolly Parton.
Yeah.
Good old Sevierville, Tennessee area, Dandridge, Douglas Lake. That one will be an interesting one for sure. A lot of spawn. I don't think we'll see a lot of spawning going on. And Douglas is such a cool playing field. A lot of water fluctuations up there. Something like 50 feet in the winter for the drawdown. So depending on where the water level is at, there'll be a lot of different things to play potentially at Douglas. And we can Lake Eufaula, a stop where we had the closest, as close as you can get, a tie there a couple years ago. Luis Fernandez, Will Harkins at Lake Eufaula. That was a September event. We expect fantastic tournament June 18th through the 20th. Then we go north, St. Lawrence River, right after the 4th of July, Messina, New York. That will be fireworks, to say the least.
I'm all about that life. Just for the weather. It's fat man weather up there that time of year, and I'm all about that life. It'll be a great tournament, dude. A lot of fish will be caught. It'll be a banger.
No doubt about it. And then we wrap things up for the 2025 season, the regular season. Top 6, Logan Martin, Oxford, Alabama. You're going to see some more spotted bass down there, some of those Coosa River spots mixed in with some of those largemouth. And that is a fishery that is stacked. It's a lot like this one. We're going to see a lot of fish caught there. Getting that 3-pound plus bite is how you separate yourself. Logan Martin will be a fantastic place to crown a Progressive Angler of the Year and line this season up. And then we're going to have the 2024 championship. So the top 40 that qualified from last season, we will go to Lake Hartwell, Anderson, South Carolina. And an interesting twist there, they will be allowed to use forward-facing sonar in that event because they used it to qualify. So they'll be playing by 2024 rules. 2024 rules. Keep up with us. It's going to get a little confusing, maybe, but that will be a fantastic event. Love that area, Anderson, South Carolina, and we cannot wait to get to the rest of these events. First, got a couple more days here, Lake Nolia. So now let's check back in with Richard Cooper.
Coop. NPFL OG. He qualified for the
Tell me about the
23
move.
championship. Lake Amistad.
We moved back to where I caught the bulk of what I weighed in yesterday. It's not where I caught the bulk of my fish, but the bulk of what I weighed in yesterday in this general area. Tough on me so far this morning, but I did most of my culling, other than the big one yesterday, I did most of my culling a little later than this. So still pretty optimistic that we'll figure them out. I'm sure something has changed that we got to figure out a little bit. And the obvious thing is the lack of wind, which, I knew that was going to happen and it was going to be a little tougher, but I'm sure we'll run into them somewhere.
Richard Cooper is one of 4 anglers. He's fished every NPFL event since the inception, including he'll fish that 2024 championship as well. One of 4 anglers.
Which is kind of why, I like finding a little bit off-color water on Norman, if you can find it. It seems to hold a little bit bigger fish if you're not going to sight fish for them.
Like you were saying, Coop is one of 4. The other 3, Hunter Bogman, Louis Hernandez, and Kenny Rooms.
One of the beautiful things about live is getting to hear all those strategy. I love that from Richard. He's not necessarily sight fishing, trying to fish a little deeper in some of our field, maybe catch some spawners that he can't actually lay his eyes on. And then you got Greg Hackney, KJ Queen running around trying to see them. Got Walters doing a little bit of that, mixing some other things as well. And then you got Ricky Robinson just completely throwing him a curve.
I just saw a
Speaking
giant
of
bluegill.
Greg Hackney, KJ Queen.
I don't know if that was him that did or not. Huh. Interesting. I thought that one was going to be there. I don't know what happened. Wasn't the best angle.
See, a lot of anglers have that catch track fever. A lot of bass being put in the box.
I didn't get it quite.
Weight's going up. Cole Harris, Unofficial, in second right now, according to Catch Track, powered by Fishing Chaos. Kevin Rogers moving on up. That Catch Track's going to get a workout this week, buddy. We're on a pace to break the NPFL record for most bass weighed in at a tournament. Current record is 1,681 at Lake Hartwell in 2022. Mercy, look out.
Pocket, and I caught that little bitty one, and I seen that big one swimming, but I haven't seen any more, you know. That's kind of the way it is. I had pockets where I saw 2 or 3 largemouth, you know, but I ran them yesterday. Didn't have anything. Didn't even have any small ones.
I would like to see old Bobby Longbeard just strutting down that shoreline where KJ's at.
Hackney hooked up.
Little fella.
No, he's in here.
He's 14 inches here.
Where he's at. The wind's been blowing in here all the practice and yesterday, so he should be protected. It's just being able to see him.
Little Go Vols actor out with Ricky Robinson. It's a great look there. Some of these shoals that Ricky is chasing down, plenty of those on Lake Norman. They've got those big exclamation points on them there. So if you're running this pattern, certainly find a lot of them. Got about
We're
20
live, Ricky.
places
Tell
like
me about
this
what you got going on here.
Man, it slowed down a whole lot. I've not had another bite since I lost that big one at the boat earlier. I was afraid of the wind gonna slow it down a lot. And I just flipped sides from where I was sitting at. I don't know. pull off one of my best places, another boat pulls right in on it there. So I know they're there. It's just I need the wind to change and pick up, and I can get them. But it's been slow right now. It's hard for me to put this thing down to go do something else because I know what hits it. But it happens right now in so many, it takes so many casts to get a bite, you know. Said I've not had one in a while.
A lot of times we think of topwater fishing as being kind of fast and furious. This topwater in particular, he's throwing it's anything but fast. It's meticulous. It's hard to cast.
I was hoping the way this wind was blowing, they set up over here on this side too, but it don't look like it happens too much over here.
From Robinson back to Richard Cooper.
What's the goal today? What kind of weight you looking for?
I'd like to have, I mean, obviously I'd just like to have 5, but I would like to have 12 pounds, 12 to 13 pounds I would be happy with, for sure. Anything over that would, be great, but 12 to 13 would be good. But we got to start with 5, and so far that ain't working out so great.
He's just pitching a stick bait.
What's making this lake so tough right now?
It just changes a lot, and I haven't changed with it yet. It's probably the biggest thing, but the lack of wind is probably going to make it overall tougher for the field. Like the weights will overall be down, but you can still catch them. It's not like they're just not going to bite. They just typically don't bite as well when the wind's not blowing.
What kind of adjustments are you thinking?
Well, I hadn't 100% figured that out yet. The couple bites that have gotten this morning, for the most part, I mean, I've missed a few, but the ones that I've actually landed, the shorts and the one keeper I have, did actually come on some little bit deeper stuff, a little bit steeper stuff instead of the real flat stuff like I caught them yesterday. So we may have to make that adjustment and fish some little bit steeper docks, possibly. But I don't know. That's typically not the deal here for better fish. I don't have a ton of experience here, but I do have a little bit. And typically the bigger ones, the better ones, just kind of spend their life living shallow. It almost doesn't matter what time of year it is.
A little bit tougher day for Richard Cooper so far, talking about he hasn't landed one of those Lake Norman limits just yet, but we are seeing some limits hit that Fishing Chaos Catch Track leaderboard. Let's take a look at that right now. Jason Burrows still up top, Ricky Robinson, Ron Farrow, Cole Harris, the Crappie King, Kevin Rogers. He had a lot of big baits tied on yesterday, on day one.
Obsessed.
Loves those big glide baits. Greg Hackney, Richard Cooper, Brandon Cobb, KJ Queen, and Patrick Walters rounding out the top 10. And let's take a look at 11th through 20th. As we said, the first of the day, just a couple pounds, a little over a couple pounds separating 20th from first place coming into today. Tyler Williams, Elite Series rookie last year, rookie with us here in the league this year. Glad to have Tyler here. Matt Massey, Dustin Williamson, Charlie Apperson, Jason Christie, winner. Stop number one there at Santee Cooper, put a beat down on those big South Carolina bass. Lance Crawford, Will Harkins, former winner here in the league. Scott Hamrick, KJ Queen, and Rob Robluski rounding out the top 20. You love when I have to say Rob's name.
Yeah.
Rob loves when I have to say his name as well. A lot of fish catching going on out there on day two. But first, before we get back to it, we're going to take quick break and check in with the sponsors, make everything possible here in the NPFL. We'll see you back on the other side for more live action.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling, paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
Epic only gives you one shot, so come armed with the Quest series, Minn Kota's toughest motors yet. Go where the fish are worth the fight, where chaos is the cost of entry, where the highlight reels happen, motors that never let up, so you're never let down. The bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
ProGuide batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. ProGuide batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium ProGuide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
Welcome back. Stop number 2 here at the National Professional Fishing League, presented by Progressive. Beautiful Lake Norman.
Definitely a beautiful lake, filled with beautiful houses. You want to feel bad about yourself? Come to Lake Norman. Have mercy, man. You talk about some architecture. They living right around Lake Norman, I can tell you that.
Starting to warm up, ain't it?
I've been staying out there past week. They didn't run me out of there. I'd go to the Lowe's, get some plywood. I'd set up shop in a heartbeat.
God almighty shit. Damn, that was a good keeper. Man, how did he miss that? Goodness gracious. Come on, Win. Help me. About nailed that sign. Damn, I did anyhow. Can't blame it on the
Frustration
wind.
there from Ricky Robinson.
There you go.
A little more of that high risk, high reward we talked about earlier, Fat Cat. It happens on a top water way too much.
Yeah. We saw heartbreak earlier. Ricky lost a good one at the boat.
How did he miss that thing?
Oh, that's sexy.
I feel like that thing should be painted volunteer orange and white because that is an East Tennessee staple right there.
We We Tar Heel country around here? Blue Devil country?
Not when it comes to football, we're not.
Uh-oh. Watch your mouth. Mm.
They'll get her up around them signs like that too. I caught them off out there on that island yesterday. Make one more, and then we got to go back here. Ain't nobody on it. Right there. I can see a drop right there.
Ricky might be fixing to take it to the clubhouse, you think? That cat. Talked to Ricky's sons last night, and there's an area on Lake Tellico in East Tennessee known as the clubhouse, and Ricky has a story. He's told his boys he caught 5 5-pounders and 5 flips on one stump in the clubhouse one time. So he's looking for the clubhouse with some spots here, Lake Norman. Back to Richard Cooper.
Tell me how this dock sets up.
So, just your pretty typical dock here. You got a walkway, and which is what they kind of come on in practice, but pretty much definitely at Norman, but about anywhere else you go in the country, if you're fishing shallow docks, a juice spot's going to be where you've got that float attached to the side of the dock. That's where I just caught my last keeper, and that's a pretty much all over this whole lake. That's a juice spot where you've got that little float up against the side of the dock, and you want to get to the back side of the float and make some pitches in there. Those fish really aren't on the bottom. Most of them, they're just suspended usually right on those floats once that sun gets high. And I actually caught a keeper there and then pitched in there and missed one. But that's basically what I'm keying on for the better bites. Pretty much the whole lake, everywhere I go today.
Coop with some juice. Mm. Richard Cooper's a great follow on social media.
On no fish.
He does tackle tips every Tuesday, almost at 200.
As he mentioned, he caught a keeper. He left him there to check back in with Ricky Robinson. Let's take a look at that fish catch now. Richard Cooper doing work on Lake Norman.
Stay hooked up.
Big fish.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, bud. Ain't much, but it's number 2. And I'll take it right now. Don't be peeking in there. It's sad in there right now. But we're trying to make it happen.
Back live with Richard Cooper. Fishing one of Lake Norman's mini docks that cover its 520 miles of shoreline. Plenty to pick from here in this North Carolina fishery.
Up. I don't know if it'll keep or not. Nope. Nope.
Not make the team for Coop.
We'll check it, but I'm about 1,000% sure it's short.
Got to be 14 inches.
Yep. 13 3/4. There's a Lake Norman special right there.
You only catch them on tournament days.
They do seem to know when things count. Talking to Brandon Perkins yesterday, said he had a pretty good swim bait bite going in practice. He said, man, without a hook on it, they would have it
throw it in
swallowed.
there. It gives them time to eat it. That way you don't miss them.
Strategy.
Yeah, I like.
And we're going to check back in with your day one leader,
I called myself.
Greg Hackney,
I
and
knew they're peeping over there.
local man that was in third place, KJ Queen.
They got us in a 2-box, but you don't have to talk.
Hackney looks like he's searching, and KJ looks like he's pulled down on one. And got the push pole out.
I think I see her.
Saw a few of those in the deck of the boats.
I see
Weigh in
her.
yesterday.
Man, it's hard to see out here.
Got that Bob's jack plate all the way up to get back there in the dirt.
You better have that transducer saver too.
It's crazy in this world full of technology now in the bass fishing world. Push pole and a bait caster. It's all you need sometimes.
Yes,
especially this time of year. I normally just have you do it when we fish team tournaments. You just pull me around. You're a good friend.
I just get out in front and backstroke.
A lot of people don't realize your nickname's Min Coda, what I call you. Just get me where I need to go.
I wish they called me Power Pole, but
Hooked up. Got to bite.
Come here, calm down, AJ. Get that boat. That was awful, but we got it. Look at that hook.
A rodeo.
Oh, son. She slid up there and ate it. I watched her do it. get you fired up.
KJ with the chaos.
Whew. Take it right now. That's your sliding magic. Hurry up. That right there just gets you shaking, dude.
Attaboy.
Gonna update that Fishing Chaos catch track for us. He's not texting Fat Cat. Or ordering DoorDash.
That's right.
Oh, that was
Good
terrible,
stuff from
but I
KJ
will
Queen.
take it.
Real good. I wonder if that's the same one he was fooling with where he caught the buck bass earlier. Looks like it.
If he's fishing for the male here now. Or another female. $15.8 day one for KJ.
Yeah, I know the buck's a keeper. I'd catch him if I just see him real quick.
It's 14 ounces off a Great Hackney.
Might have been just her. Somebody must have caught the buck. Oh, they keep moving. I'll just cut the lure.
KJ was definitely a name we were hearing. Coming into this event here at Lake Norman.
Check back in with Richard Cooper.
Oh, Lord, I'm talking about.
We're up.
I'm still stuck on 2, but I've gotten a lot more bites in the last little bit, and hopefully that continues throughout the day. Something's definitely changed with them, and I got to figure out what it is. Having a lot of short strikes today, they're just not getting it. I probably had the same amount of bites, possibly. Just, I think most of them have been little, and that's why I'm missing them. But we're in the area where we caught most of our weight yesterday, so they live here, they're living here, they're around. We just got to catch them.
You feel like it's going to be a grind having to pick things apart today?
Yeah, which, I mean, you kind of had to pick it apart yesterday too, but it's a little easier to stay slow and pick stuff apart when you're getting a bite off every dock instead of, a bite off every 4 or 5 docks. But that's the mental side of this. You got to keep your head in it because, that big bite could happen at any time. And it could come when you fish 10 docks in a row and hadn't had a bite. So just got to keep my head in it and stay focused and grind it out. I didn't think it would quite be this tough on me, to be completely honest. Didn't think it would be as good as yesterday, but I didn't think it would be quite this tough, to be honest with you. Got a few other boats around today. I never ran across another competitor yesterday while I was fishing. And today, just in here, that's happened a couple times already. I'm sure they were probably here, just we never ran across each other. So I've had to kind of bounce around a little bit, but that's okay. We'll make it work.
From Richard Cooper to Ricky Robinson.
He's going to let me know when he's coming live to you. And once we go live, I'm going to have you talk about the layout of this place, okay, like you were just describing to me. Oh, I guess we are live. Tell me about the layout.
This is a point running off this island, and it runs right out here, and it comes about 25 feet past this pole, and this thing drops off just about 4 or 5 feet, then it levels. Them bigger spots that I've been catching been holding right on the edge of that drop. Yesterday I had one to blow up on me that if it was a spot, it had to be 5 or 6 pounds. I really believe it might have been a striper or something. It was huge. But in practice, I caught one almost 4 pounds right here. It weighed like 314 on my scales. This is what I'm going to be really doing the rest of the day, is fishing drops with this topwater bait. If you want to call it topwater bait, it really ain't, but I turned it into one. I just caught it good in here, then the next cast had another one to hit it, and he didn't take it. So we're waiting on it to settle down so we can bite it. In the last few minutes, we picked up 3 fish. 2 of them was non-keepers, but that's a plus.
Let's take a look at one of those keepers.
Begging.
For Ricky Robinson. Ooh.
Begging. Stay on.
The non-topwater turn topwater bite.
He's a good one. Stay on. Stay on. Stay on. Where you going? It's a good one. I got one shot at him probably. No, he's got more than that in him. Oh, thank you, Lord. It's been a while. We're getting there. Little bitty bites at a time. Pretty good trade.
Pretty good goal,
I'd say.
Ricky Robinson. Slowly but surely getting to where he wants to be.
A little bit of
begging. It's not like it's
back live.
bite after bite.
Ricky
It
Robinson.
takes a while to get bit. I know that there's big ones live here, and I'm going to stay here for a few minutes to see if I can con one of them into biting. I'm even going to throw a bigger one of these here in a few minutes. Maybe a driftwood swim bait to see if I can get one of them to take it. Somewhere's right in there is where you hit me where to go.
Looking for the clubhouse.
We're having to fight a few ospreys is wanting to dive down and take my bait.
That's when you know you got the juice. You can fool them.
Tell me a little bit about that bait you were throwing.
You know, my wife's gonna kill me. That's a long A bomber. That's what it is. It's a jerk bait. But I got them painted blue and white. I got them pink and white. A smallmouth and a spot. That's what that bait's for. Back home, we killed a smallmouth on this thing. A whole lot of spots. That right there is the ticket to catching spots. Smith Lake in Alabama, Lake Lanier. I caught 5 to 6 pounds off Lanier last year in the Toyota. I caught a 5-pound even spot on it right off the bat, first thing that morning. So it was tough rest of the day.
Ricky giving away a lot of juice right there.
Oh my goodness.
He might not be able to go back to East Tennessee. He might have to call North Carolina home. There's some East Tennessee boys upset right now, but
I see one roll up on it like that right there.
A lot of money won on it.
If it don't take it, just rolls. I jerk that thing under the water a couple of times. And I have had them just turn around and come back and just inhale it.
Ricky fighting to stay in that top 10. Now let's take a look at that unofficial top 10. Jason Burrows still on top unofficially with 12-3 here on day 2. Richard Key.
Hey now.
Making a big jump today, 9-11 day. Cole Harris, Brandon Cobb, Ricky Robinson. And Ricky has not updated his catch track in a while because we just saw that nice goal. He's going to be up there around Jason Burrows, I got to think, with the weight that Ricky's got right now. Jason Reyes, Kevin Rogers, J. Todd Tucker, Timmy Kales, KJ Queen, rounding out the unofficial top 10 right now. We've got a lot of contingencies here in the league in 2025. And this is a new one. We just announced the folks at Humminbird. If you've got one of those Humminbird Explorer units, Fat Cat, going to pay $1,000 to the highest place finisher, Bill Lowen, taking that at Santee Cooper. And as Bill Lowen put it so eloquently the other day, it pays to explore with Humminbird.
Here at the NPFL.
No doubt about that. We appreciate the folks from Humminbird joining us here in the league in 2025. One of our amazing sponsor contingency programs this year for all the anglers. We're going to check in with the rest of the sponsors that make things possible here. A little quick commercial break, and we'll be back to Lake Norman for more live action in just a few moments.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Since 1971, Basscat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hit here with Bass Mooch Fishing, and today we have released the Shovel Tail 4.25. This is our new bladed jig trailer that has flat sides, shovel tail, and what those flat sides do is it allows your bladed jig to track and hunt. It's infused with our mooch juice scent. They stink, so if a bass bites, they hold on. They will not let go. We have 6 awesome colors to choose from. They're available today at bassmooch.com.
We're off the clock to clock more fish, to fill our live wells and empty our coolers, because there's more to explore. The latest Humminbird fish finders work fast, see clearly, and know all the best spots. They fish even smarter paired with the Minn Kota and break down the water like never before. If you like your plans loose and lines tight, then it's time to explore. Only with Humminbird.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hit here, sales manager of Bass Mooch and Level Rods. We just released the new rake series from Level. This price point is under $100. $99.99 is the retail. 8 casting models, 3 spinning models, built on a 30-40 ton Japanese Toray carbon blank, keeping it very lightweight, very sensitive. We got that paired up with some stainless steel tangle-free guides with titanium oxide inserts. We have a multi-contact reel seat where no matter where your hand is at all times, you have direct contact with the blank, making this a very sensitive rod. We have 8 casting models, 3 spinning models. Get yours today at levelrods.com or bassmooch.com.
Welcome back to Lake Norman. The Hack Attack, Greg Hackney. Back live with your day 1 leader, 16-6. Got him a 6-ounce lead.
Live, Greg. Well, we just had a slight upgrade, not a lot, but a little, maybe a pound. Going around here to check on a couple I saw, so. It's kind of like it was yesterday. I know it seems slow, but that's the way it was all day yesterday. Just every now and then I run up on a better one and, you know, I saw one big one this morning. It was not on the nest, just cruising. And other than that, I haven't really seen much yet. I think I will, you know, I still feel, and I'm gonna run some new water. I'm running old water in that, you know, place I did fish yesterday, but because there were actually a couple good largemouth in here. I don't know if somebody caught them or they're, like I said, I found one in practice, a great big one, and at 2 o'clock that evening it was gone. And I don't think anybody caught it, you know. That's just kind of what's going on. I saw two just swimming down the bank here a while ago. One of them was pretty nice. It probably wasn't as long as that fish I just caught. Dang. Dang. A little bit, just no big ones. I saw a pretty nice one on a stick there in the middle. I've looked on that stick every time I've come through there. That's about where they came from right there. I don't see them. Maybe they were just cruising, because I'm like, they came from right there a while ago, but I'm not seeing them. I know they were about right there when they... The funny thing is that if they were cruising, they cruised in there behind us. You know what I mean? Because I was fishing down through here, you know, I didn't see them. I mean, I'm almost back to where we... They had to just been cruising around. I mean, I've looked all over. I mean, we blew all that out. I'm gonna look for that one on that stick. I didn't see a bed there.
Pops is sitting up there under the umbrella. I wonder if he has any idea of living legend.
It's a nice day. It's beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful.
I ain't gonna have a cup of coffee with it. First Form energy drink.
Maybe just hanging out, because I don't see it now. I can see.
While we were away
on
on break
right
there,
but...
Greg Hackney upgrading, as he mentioned. We're going to take a look back at that now.
There he is. Damn, he's bigger than I thought. Hell, he's sitting right there about where he was when he bit the
going
worm.
into sneak mode on you. Put it in four-wheel
He's
drive.
probably big as that biggest spot. You know, that first one I caught, probably about, he's that long.
4 low.
He got it. He got it.
Lock the hubs, dump the clutch.
We're gonna make sure he got it, It's a spot. I thought it was a largemouth. Come here, buddy. I gotta have you. Gotta have you. He's not as big as I thought. He's long and skinny. We're not even gonna, we ain't going through no, we're not putting that beam on him yet. Okay. I was like, I cannot believe that you got him bite the first cast and jacked it up. I thought it was a largemouth. I never dreamed it was a spot. I mean, I caught several of my fish yesterday like that.
Back live with Ricky Robinson and Greg Hack.
Kind of cruising, seeing one.
Yeah, you just see, and they'll just be on them flat, shallow places like that, and I don't think that's really getting targeted. You know what I mean? I mean, that fish should have been caught. I mean, anything I can get to bite the first cast, you know what I mean? I mean, the first cast in there, that I should have caught that fish then, because I mean, it bit. I just spooked it earlier. I find that a lot of times, if I can slip back, I catch them first cast. They seem wild, like running all over. They just doing that because they see you. Right. You know, that's the thing about that machine, okay? Like what Welcher did at the last tournament. Hey man, when they're out there in 5 foot of water and they don't know you're there, they're not
rest my arms a
You
minute.
know, fish have a tiny brain. But all of a sudden, when that joker sees me, then all of a sudden I have an even, like, I have a worthy opponent. I mean, I get it. That 10-pounder, he had it on 2 or 3 times. I'm like, dude, it's like shining a buck deer at night with a headlight and missing him. Just keep hold the light on him. We're going to get another shot. Not that I would know anything about that, but I hear, that's hearsay.
Yeah.
Sure.
Same here.
Sure, Greg.
We don't do that sort of thing in Louisiana.
We do not. They used to, but not anymore.
They do that kind of stuff in Mississippi, not
Right.
Louisiana.
That's an Arkansas, Mississippi deal. They still hunt with headlight in Arkansas.
From Arkansas, by the way. He spent a lot of time in Arkansas and Louisiana and close to Mississippi.
If you guys are looking at that 35th place under Greg Hackney's name, false. Just hasn't been putting his weights into that catch track powered by Fishing Chaos. Have to have a talking to with him today at the weigh-in.
I'll be looking out here and I'm like, don't let one slip by you up there in the dirt. That was some good looking pieces for a big old spotted bass.
Actually.
Got you.
Christopher with a K.
Thought maybe there was some, naughty story to it.
No.
Back over to KJ Queen. We saw KJ catch a good one early off a bid.
KJ Queen, one of our locals that was predicted to do well in this event. He is holding true to that, 3rd place with 15.8 coming into today. Cruising around looking for these Lake Norman spawners, and we saw him capture a really nice female bass earlier. And while we were away, he was doing more work.
Stay on, baby, please.
Lake Norman.
Stay on, baby.
Look at the giant. Well, that's a gizzard. What the heck? She ain't that big. I need her right now. Look at that gizzard shad trying to spawn with it. That is insane.
Love in the air, Lake Norman. It's one of those better than average largemouth here. So
That's
many of
her.
our anglers in the field are looking for.
Him or whatever. She's garden fry. I knew it wasn't no giant, but I'll take it right now. Number 4.
Yeah, man.
Back
Bass
live
are
with
small,
me.
man, but they're plentiful. Average weight of yesterday's keepers were 2.14 pounds. Third smallest in NPFL history behind Hartwell in 2024 and Logan Martin in 2024.
Well, guys, so far I got me 4 of them. Got 1 decent fish. Still looking for number 5. I had 1 fish left over yesterday, and Justin Atkins is sitting on it right now, so we'll see if he catches it or not. Probably will. But other than that, it's just been kind of looking for number 5 as of now.
KJ, talk about Justin Atkins. Posted up on one of the betters he found. Justin was telling us the weigh-in yesterday. He found a
But
couple
it's
big
been
ones right
it's been
before
a slow
coming in
morning
that
for
weren't
sure.
ready
Not
to bite.
seeing a whole lot of fish. A lot of fish have been picked. Sorry, I'm a little distracted. I'm sitting here, I'm looking for one. There was one right here in practice really deep, but it's gone now. And the other one up there has been picked too. So there's not a whole lot that's left. It's just gonna be a matter of trying to find some fresh ones. Maybe get lucky and catch a big one or 2. Not how you cast.
Back over to Hackney.
A little bit of bird dogging.
I don't see anything.
Back live with us.
KJ mentioned Justin
Well,
Atkins on a bed fish.
I think we
Justin Atkins started in 8th
may
place.
zoom around that little
contention.
area right there, and then I think we're going to roll out if I don't see something pretty quick. I got a fish. That fish I had on yesterday. I'm tempted to go there and look. The only problem is I fished in there so much yesterday. I did catch another 3-pounder in there, but I didn't really see anything else. You know what I mean? Like, and it's on up the lake a little bit, and I'm like, man, I just hate to run up there. And in my mind, I need to be fishing more back this way. I mean, literally, I caught 7 pounds of my weight yesterday off the same bed, so actually more like 7.5, I guess. That's what I'll do. I'll spin back around through there and then. I mean, because I could just run up on one, That's the reason I told you today I felt like I needed to run new water. I got a limit. I know what I need. It's not like I got anything to go. I caught everything with the exception of that one fish. I caught everything yesterday. I didn't go off and leave any. I caught them all. I mean, I saw 5 good fish yesterday. No. I saw 4, I guess. Yeah, I saw 5.
and that one. I weighed a 2-pounder, 2-something yesterday. I caught swimming a jig in the back of a pocket. The other 4 all come sight fishing. So I'm like, I'm not expecting to see 15. I really don't want to see 15, and I'll tell you why. Then everybody will be seeing them. As long as there ain't very many of them, and like I said, I'm gated in a way that I don't have to be in a hurry. I have a lot of patience, so this
Salty veteran right
Buddy.
there that you don't want in the lead or chasing you down when you're in the lead.
No, sir.
Finally, the coach has decided to come back into cell service. I don't know. Maybe he locked through to Lake Murray. I'm not sure.
He's been laid up in the cut marinating somewhere.
Having some audio issues with Patrick.
Audio and cell. Ain't no telling where he's at.
Basically, he's just a problem child. We're just telling you that.
Now, are you surprised to see him fishing this way? Looking at him? Because it seems like he's always so on the move, man.
And I think that's what we've seen with him today, right? Like we've seen him swimming a jig, chasing a shad spawn, running around trying to early before we lost service with him. We saw him doing several different things, but he does seem to be a guy though that whatever the predominant pattern is, he knows what it is. He gets locked in on it. So this seems to be the deal, at least for the first couple days. Like we mentioned earlier, might not be the deal going into tomorrow. Will somebody figure out that shad spawn deal? Like Ricky Robinson, some of that top water offshore bite.
Just historically seeing Patrick Walters post up, taking his time, sight fishing, just man.
Yeah, he tends to be the opposite of Hackney when it comes to the patient
run and
thing.
gun.
Yeah,
All he's worried
for
about is hitting holes.
I believe we lost service with Patrick. Again, we apologize for that. You can blame Patrick if you come to the weigh-in. I know I'm going to. I like to give Patrick a hard time.
Oh, he can take it and give it himself too.
No doubt about that. KJ Queen. First year with us here in the NPFL, but been fishing professionally for a few years now. Very consistent angler on the Bassmaster Elite Series.
Dude, he hit it and then spit it. Felt him go thunk. Oh, gosh. Dang it.
Well, you couldn't ask for much better sight fishing conditions.
Dang it. I can't blow it out. Got 2 fresh ones.
KJ going to back off that bed just a little bit, and we're going to back you right in here with this NPFL studio powered by Pro Guide batteries. Stealthy KJ Quinn. He's like a daggum panther out there on the prowl.
That local knowledge too, knowing how it was going to be setting up, knowing what to look for, and like he's one of those locals we talked about, man. And sure enough, he's where he is for that reason.
When you keep hearing a lot of our anglers that aren't from here talk about the bedfish disappearing, he's certainly a guy that knows where those bigger females like to be because he's seen them year after year after year, and they tend to get in certain areas on lakes. So KJ Queen definitely has an advantage over a lot of our anglers and or good fish in the box so
Yeah,
far.
dude,
For
it's
the
more to watching the guy between watching Hackney, like and Richard Cooper, P-Walt, doing P-Walt things, being disruptive like he always is.
be in trouble. Be in the trouble.
Great show this morning, man. We've seen some good fish catches. It's a great turn.
We really thought Lake Norman would be full of fish catches, and it has been so far. Like we said earlier, average weight like 214
Yep.
yesterday, 2.14 pounds yesterday. But not a lot of giants necessarily, but man,
A lot of limits, though, man.
a lot of
limits.
limits. And a very fun place to go bass.
Absolutely.
No doubt about it. Those Progressive Angler of the Year points will look a little different leaving this event because obviously they're just based off that first tournament at Santee standings. But let's take a look at that right now. And there they are, your top 5 in that Progressive Angler of the Year ranking are Jason Christie on top, Corey Casey, Caleb Coupal, Bill Lowen, Hank Cherry, Patrick Walters, Keith Bardolph, Greg Hackney, Buck Mallory, and Buddy Gross rounding out that top 10 after Santee Cooper. As we said earlier, Greg Hackney would probably be leading that right now if this event was to end right now in the mix. He's got a Bassmaster Angler of the Year trophy, an FLW Tour Angler of the Year trophy. Definitely wants that golden Progressive Shield.
And if anybody can do it, it's Greg Hackney. I mean, the son of a gun, dude. You just watching his demeanor, how he carries himself on camera. I know he's been doing it a long time, but like some guys are just a little different.
And a scary, scary man out there for the rest of the field right now. He was very excited to join us in the league. He has talked about it since 2021. You and I have both had conversations with him. I know President Brad Fuller has as well. And this year, the schedule really lined up for him, and he wanted to join us, and here he is. And we are glad to have him here.
Absolutely, brother.
No doubt about it. Well, let's check in with our sponsors that make everything possible here in the National Professional Fishing League. We'll be back just a few moments for more Lake Norman action.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Since 1971, Basscat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hit here with Bass Mooch Fishing, and today we have released the Shovel Tail 4.25. This is our new bladed jig trailer that has flat sides, shovel tail, and what those flat sides do is it allows your bladed jig to track and hunt. It's infused with our mooch juice scent. They stink, so if a bass bites, they hold on. They will not let go. We have 6 awesome colors to choose from. They're available today at bassmooch.com.
We're off the clock to clock more fish, to fill our live wells and empty our coolers, because there's more to explore. The latest Humminbird fish finders work fast, see clearly, and know all the best spots. They fish even smarter paired with the Minn Kota and break down the water like never before. If you like your plans loose and lines tight, then it's time to explore. Only with Humminbird.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hit here, sales manager of Bass Mooch and Level Rods. We just released the new rake series from Level. This price point is under $100. $99.99 is the retail. 8 casting models, 3 spinning models, built on a 30-40 ton Japanese Toray carbon blank, keeping it very lightweight, very sensitive. We got that paired up with some stainless steel tangle-free guides with titanium oxide inserts. We have a multi-contact reel seat where no matter where your hand is at all times, you have direct contact with the blank, making this a very sensitive rod. We have 8 casting models, 3 spinning models. Get yours today at levelrods.com or bassmooch.com.
Welcome back to Lake Norman. Live here from the NPFL Live Studios, powered by Pro Guide Batteries. Lots of bass being caught out there today and yesterday. Tons of Lake Norman bass showed up at the drive-through weigh-in. Big Al McCullough. We'll be doing that again this afternoon, starting at 3 p.m. Eastern Time, bringing the boom as he always does. Big Al was having a good time.
Oh, yeah, dude. Big Al knows all about having a good time, son.
It is a grind.
Could be said he
sure.
is the good time.
Got 4. Had several short strikes, just bites, and I missed them, and I went to a bigger hook, and that seems to have worked so far, but it's just not as easy to get a decent bite today as it was yesterday. And when I get one, that's usually what happens right there. I'm missing a lot of them. We're gonna keep plugging away though, and
Cooper hooked up.
I don't think he's gonna make it. Yeah. About 12.5 inches. 13 something. Like Norman special.
What do you do to generate bigger bites?
Just keep fishing. I mean, that's it. I know that's probably not the cool answer you're looking for, but you just keep fishing. I mean, I caught, I don't know, 20 or so shorts yesterday. Caught a lot more keeper bites, but 20 or so shorts yesterday and caught a 5.5 pounder doing the same thing. So you just got to keep fishing, and you got to keep your head in it. The bigger ones, they live around these docks, and you just gotta put it in front of one.
So cliche, but staying consistent is key.
And just keeping your head in it, like he's saying. I mean, it can be easy to get frustrated with catching short fish, getting a lot of bites, but not getting a quality bite. And for Coop yesterday, 5.8 out of nowhere, right? That just solidifies that 15-2 day you have, has you in the top 5. So if anybody knows, it's him on keeping your head in it, keep casting, keep weeding through them, because that better than average bite could be coming at any second. Back to KJ Queen. Right before we went to that last break. Sneaking up on one on the bed. Unofficially in 5th place right now.
Doing that jiggle jiggle to get that Norman nibble. Come on.
Last update we got from KJ at 4 box. We're going to catch a couple really nice largemouth so far today.
Wish I could see her again. I haven't seen her since I first seen her. I don't know if that's her that swam out here and come to the boat and all that crap. I'd sit there and fish for the rest of the day if I knew she's there. She's in the bed. I don't know about the rest of the day, but I fished for her a while.
We were talking about consistency earlier. True Cook is unofficially in 85th.
I found them from this side and then went around the other side and
We'll
got
touch
set
back on
up.
that in a minute.
Oh, yeah. That bed is just under those cross members on that other side, and I was like, if they were there, I'd be able to see them.
They got us live.
We're talking about consistency, talking about Drew Cook unofficially in that 85th place right now, but he's weighed in a limit for 20 consecutive tournament days. The NPFL record is 23 by Todd Goad and Jesse Millsaps. Cook is currently showing no fish today on that catch.
It's 10:47. Yeah, I gotta make a move. I might have to do something. Fish this out, look around this, and then we'll ease on.
10-5 is going to be making a move here in a minute.
Say it again. Oh. Yeah, I'm just going to fish out maybe this next big opening here, and then we'll make it. And I got to decide. The next decision I make will be the most important one of the day.
In such a tight event, making the right decision could impact you winning a shield or dropping to about 20th real quick.
It does seem like some areas are way more fishy than others. Some spots you see a bunch of bluegill and
right,
all kind of stuff, and others are just...
I was easy on that because that fish had it on that post, but it probably wasn't very big. But you know, let me tell you the funny thing. The better areas where I don't see the bluegill. If I look under a dock and there's a bunch of bluegill, I know there ain't a bed there. That's the only thing. Now, what they spit up in my live well, that's all they are not, or actually not in live well. They just spit them up in the boat as I caught them. All bluegill. That's what they spit up. Nothing else. There was a fish on that bed, but it ain't one of them big ones. I don't know. Maybe both of them were females. I couldn't see that buck, but I saw a buck in there then, or saw a small bass on it when we come by. I see him there now. And maybe they were both female. You know, it had two females on it. I don't know. They were just, I have to be careful of that in practice, because a lot of times, like, I'll be like, man, that's a big male. Well, and then you come back and there's one on there that big because I couldn't see it. I thought they were very big when I found here in practice. When I went back to check her, I didn't even see I knew the buck was there. It was dark. I couldn't see it. I mean, he's that big. Like, it doesn't even make sense. I was going to check her yesterday, but there was always a boat in there. What am I? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna look down to this dock and then we'll roll. like I said, I feel like I need to go down the lake. I don't know. I think this end is farther ahead, just like them skinny ones, you know. But I caught her yesterday right in here.
Did you?
That big one, you know. She was kind of over there where we just came from.
Back with Richard Cooper. Coop trying to lock down his best finish. It's 5 years here in the league. Got a 14th Lake Lanier in 2023. That's his best finish coming into Lake Norman.
Richard Cooper's best career NPFL finish was 14th at Lake Lanier in 2023. That echo, man. It's like I've heard that from somewhere before.
Heard it from a genius.
Give me an update.
Still grinding away, still stuck on 4. It's been really tough on me today. I did not expect this. We're gonna keep grinding away though. And the only thing I figure is the lack of wind. Because it was, you know, they did pretty well yesterday. We had some wind. I didn't fish, you know, dead in the wind, but it did have, you know, more wind than we have today, and that's really the only difference. The temperature is pretty much the same. The temperature this morning was really similar. High bluebird skies, which is what it was yesterday. So the only difference is really the wind. We got to figure out how to make a few more of them bite, and we really need 3 good bites before the end of the day, and I will have salvaged the day. It won't be where I want to be, but I will have salvaged the day, you know, with a chance to go out and catch a big bag tomorrow. But I really need three just solid bites, and I'd feel okay about the day. But so far, it's been really, really tough on me.
You have confidence you're around the right fish?
I do. I think they're just not biting. I mean, there was, you know, this area just was loaded with 2 and 2.5 pounders yesterday, and I just don't believe that they've left. They're just not biting for some reason or another, whether that's the wind or whatever it is. It's fishing line, but we got to figure something out kind of in a hurry. I still have plenty of time, but I sure would like to get something going with a couple good bites. We'll move right up there.
About whatever you want to talk about, man.
All right. Well, I picked up my 5th fish, got number 5. Still needing a big one though. I just found me a big one, and I was fishing for it, and the log drifted over top of it. So I had to clear the log out in hopes that maybe she'll come back. We'll see. I'm gonna let her rest for a second and then come back. But it's definitely a lot tougher today. But we mess around, hopefully we'll get some big ones. Just gotta find us some. I like how we got this little bit less wind today. It's nice. Makes it a lot easier for looking. Hopefully nobody else is seeing them, but might make it a little bit tougher on other people too. Probably not though. These spots bite on bright sunny days. Eat it. Eat it. Oh, no. What the heck?
You right about
Can't make them happy.
We should have got here a week earlier or a week later. Always something.
I don't know if that fish was staged in here or if it was just, if it's on the bed. I think he was just staged. Dang, that's the one place I didn't cast. I don't see him nowhere. He was just staged back in here. Dang.
KJ started the day in third place with 15.8, just 14 ounces behind Greg Hackney, who was our day one leader.
I swear it looks like a
Fat
big
Cat,
trip,
only
man.
23% of our day one leaders have gone on to win an NPFL event. 6 of 26 in NPFL history.
was a
That's
fish. Where'd he go?
not a lot of wire to wires going on around here.
Oh.
Take a
No, you
deeper
don't need it. You're
dive
too
into
small.
what's
Let me
going
get
on out there on Lake Norman with the Deep Dive app. It's an amazing new app you can get on your phone or an iPad. Gives you all sorts of information if you're traveling around the country fishing tournaments, or if you're just staying at home, up to the minute information. And we've heard a lot of our anglers mention wind, and something that the Deep Dive app provides is the wind effect option. And you can see we were forecast to have this east northeast wind, which you always hear me say, Fat Cat, that east wind's kind of a little grimy for bass fishing a lot of times, but we do have this east wind. But what the app does, you can actually see the direction with these arrows that the wind is blowing, and these colors on the bank is where that wind is impacting the most. You can see right here. So on the western side of the lake, the western side of these pockets, that's where the wind is impacting the most. But right now it's only gusting to 5, so just barely a breath of wind. But something really cool about this app, though, it has this slider, so I can slide to tomorrow, and you're going to see. We've heard Ricky Robinson say several times, man, we're supposed to get more wind. We're going to have that big south wind with gust to 18 tomorrow. And you can see going to be impacting areas a little bit differently tomorrow on Friday. So some south gust. And then, of course, we will not be competing on Saturday. When you go, you can go all the way into next week. So if you're planning a trip, you're trying to prepare for a tournament that you're involved in, maybe you're in practice and you're trying to get that long range, what areas are going to be impacted by what wind. Deep Dive certainly has your back on that, but it's a cool feature. Not really playing this week, but water clarity. So you can see really from the Highway 190 bridge down, it's gin clear, aquarium clear. When you go up the river, a little bit more stained, but really not dirty water necessarily on Lake Norman. But with this app, you can scroll through, you can look at what it was even 30 days ago, and you can see they had some muddy water up the river. But a very neat tool. Thanks for the folks from Deep Dive for providing us that information here at Lake Norman. We're going to take a look back at some of the fish catches that have gone on Lake Norman this morning. Been full of action here on this day, too. Appreciate you guys tuning in here on day 2. Over 100 NPFL pros trying to chase down $100,000 on an NPFL shield. Who will put the program together the best to hoist that shield on that finale Friday? We expect to see a lot more fish when we get back. Like that right there from KJ Queen. We're back in just a few moments.
Handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Since 1971, Basscat Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
We're off the clock to clock more fish, to fill our live wells and empty our coolers, because there's more to explore. The latest Humminbird fish finders work fast, see clearly, and know all the best spots. They fish even smarter paired with the Minn Kota and break down the water like never before. If you like your plans loose and lines tight, then it's time to explore. Only with Humminbird.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down. Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
It's a bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hit here, sales manager of Bass Mooch and Level Rods. We just released the new rake series from Level. This price point is under $100. $99.99 is the retail. 8 casting models, 3 spinning models, built on a 30-40 ton Japanese Toray carbon blank, keeping it very lightweight, very sensitive. We got that paired up with some stainless steel tangle-free guides with titanium oxide inserts. We have a multi-contact reel seat where no matter where your hand is at all times, you have direct contact with the blank, making this a very sensitive rod. We have 8 casting models, 3 spinning models. Get yours today at levelrods.com or bassmooch.com.
Welcome back to Lake Norman. NPFL stop number 2 presented by Progressive. We've caught back up with the coach, Patrick Walters. He's had some service issues today and some audio issues. Problem child on NPFL Live today. 4-time champ here with the league. Looks to be working a bed and fish. He's got that Drew Cook shake going on.
A little tap, tap, tappy.
$15.5 on day number 1 for Patrick. We haven't spent a lot of time with him today, so we're not sure what he's got, and he is notorious for sandbagging and not updating that Fishing Chaos catch track. And if he does, it's definitely not what he's actually fixing to weigh in.
By no means.
And it's the same in every trail he fishes. Like,
For
he
sure.
is notorious for this on the Bassmaster side of the fence.
Yeah, back in the day, you'd always hear about Brian Thrift being the biggest sandbagger in professional bass fishing.
And he is. I would like to just jump in and say,
Close runner-up right here. Close runner-up.
Here at Lake, this is Brian Thrift's home.
Sure.
He's really the only local pro missing in our field right now. Shame on you, Brian Thrift. But he is the most notorious of all time.
Shout out to Thrifty.
Yeah, I'd say out of the touring pros that call the Lake Norman area home, Brian Thrift and Matt Airy are really the only two we're missing here in this NPFL event.
Yeah, it's wild for me to see people just be stationary longer than 30 seconds.
I'm going to say at the next 4 events on the schedule, you're going to see a lot of moving and shaking from P-Walt as we kind of take that turn into more of an offshore mode.
Mm-hmm.
You will see his foot on the gas.
Patrick's the only angler in NPFL history to have won 4 events. Also has 2 second place finishes, 12 top 10 finishes, leads the NPFL anglers. Oh my goodness, with $483,500 in prize money. Son, $500,000 NPFL.
Hasn't given us a dime of it. Wouldn't even be here if it wasn't for us. We called and personally invited him.
He's paid us an entertainment though, Luke. Always great to cover. And we have covered that man a lot.
Covered him more than them shorts cover him. That's for sure.
That ain't hard to do, buddy. That ain't hard to do.
Now back to a quad box. Got everybody involved. AJ, who is on the move currently. Greg Hackney, Richard Cooper, Ricky Robinson, Patrick Walters.
We've seen fish catches out this morning, except for old Pete Walt, but we've had issues with audio and his cell service.
I'm assuming he's got something swimming around.
Oh, buddy.
Appreciate everybody joining us today on NPFL Live. If you're just tuning in, we cover the top 5 here. Started the day with
circled
cameras
back,
in the
it
boats.
didn't like
leave, you know. So I was like, I think it's on that. I never actually saw it on that bed, but that sure act like the way it wanted to be at.
Covering the top 5 based on the standings from day 1. And then tomorrow on finale Friday.
Ease up there a little bit.
Cover the top 5 based on the day 1 and 2 standings. And what a top 5 we've had today, Fact Cap.
Absolutely.
Must be a big one that Patrick's on right there. Like you said, he likes to move around so much. He's been locked down for a minute on that fish.
If he's spending that much time on it, I'm sure it's girthy.
Dang it. I got it.
Pat cooked up.
I hope it looked good. I don't know. I think that's it. Looks like it. It wasn't that long. It just looked like that. That's it.
That's going to help.
That is it. It's not quite as big as I thought, but it's a nice one. I probably need to check. Start working on another live, you know.
A 1 liter, 16.8. Carrying that momentum here. Day 2.
Oh. Of course.
We're going to let Hackney sort it out. We're going to check back in with East Tennessee's own Ricky Robinson.
That wind laid down and the fish just quit, boy. I mean, she stopped. She's just about flat.
We're live with you, camera 3.
Ricky joined us in 2024. Last season was his first year here with us in the NPFL. Had a 34th place finish at Pickwick. His best finish so far.
Down there, come up and get it.
Here in the lead, 34th on Pickwick last year. But has fished a lot of tournaments for a long time back then.
Absolutely, man. 5 top 10 finishes in his MLF career. 1 on the Tackle Warehouse Pro Circuit, 2 in the Toyota Series, and 2 in the BFLs.
And he's been one rod tied in this tournament. I always think it's so much fun to watch somebody that has just a ton of confidence in one technique that they specialize in, they've got so much history with.
Especially when it's unique. Stands out. What he's doing, not a whole lot of other folks doing it in the field today.
Check back in with third place pro coming in today, KJ Queen.
We've been doing this share of sight fishing this morning.
Looking at the Fishing Chaos catch track, he has not updated since he had a limit in the boat. He's showing 4 for 7 pounds,
All right,
which
let's
has
make a
him
move.
unofficially in 7th. We think KJ's
It'll be
definitely on up the leaderboard. KJ's going to make a move. We're going to check back in with Richard Cooper. Cooper looking for another one of those 5/8s that he found yesterday.
What kind of weight you got in the box and how are you feeling about it?
I've got 4 little ones, 4 for probably 6 pounds. Don't feel real good about it. I really need to, I mean, step one, I really got to get one more, and then I really need to cull a few times. I could really use, 2 or 3 good quality bites, which I've, gotten some bites that I've missed today, but I really don't think they were big ones, to be honest with you. Just gotta keep plugging away and see what happens. We're getting ready to make a move. Just try to do something different, at least a different area. I still got confidence in here, but I'm not gonna die in here either. So I'm getting ready to make a move here shortly.
Are you gaining confidence as you come into the meat of the day?
Yeah, a little bit, but I sure would have a little more confidence if I, get a quality bite somewhere. This time of day is when I've caught most of my weight yesterday. I think that's, when the sun gets high and it puts them in the, more predictable places instead of scattered out. But I also feel like something has changed a little bit, which is, that's what usually happens. It's never going to be the same every day. So, which we're getting a little bit of wind now, so that might help a little bit. But that keeps happening, so. I think they're mostly smaller ones, but it's happened a lot more today than it did yesterday.
Dual Bach, Greg Hackney, and Patrick Walters.
Combined, they've won about $9 million trillion bazillion dollars in that action. And listen, that's not an accurate number. That's not a Duke number.
And neither is the current place, 56, 50. Not accurate.
Liars. Bunch of liars.
They're not inputting their weight to that.
He had it right behind the tail.
They need to.
I always say that, and I'm like, it could have been a bad one. Sometimes I had the same keeping largemouth yesterday bite me about 10 times, kept biting the worm off, and he was 15 inches.
We'll go up there and sing that song.
But I feel like it was more like that.
Oh, yeah. Little fella.
And I've watched, because a lot of times you catch one of them little ones, them big ones will follow it out. I've not seen that either.
Patrick Walter's screen is not froze.
He is.
He's on point.
Got to be a big one. We saw this before we went to the last break. That's been a minute ago.
Yeah.
And he has not moved.
Got to be a giant
Hooked
for him to see.
He just swung. Didn't look like he hooked it.
It's interesting looking at the water clarity between two screens. As far as that green versus for Hackney was that shallow stuff. Yeah, we'll see them today. We'll give them we'll have to tighten them up. Putting their weights in that daggone catch track. I'll sing them that song. Catch track fever. They'll probably hit me with something.
That was a big hit for you back in '87. That was a good year for you.
It was, man. Real good year.
Patrick Walters locked down on this better, and he's locked down here in the NPFL. He owns most of the records that are to be set. He has set them the last 3 years.
You know, I know I'm missing some by not fishing everything, but I'm like, I don't know. In my mind, that's just not a way to catch a. I'm not saying I ain't gonna skip some good ones. Oh, that's some water. Dang, now I know what that is. Undoubtedly, I probably got a piece of plastic stuck in my bilge pump. I had turned that aerator on that side, never turned it off. So it was pumping a lot of.
We talk about these catch track fever sandbaggers here. These two, they're pros at it. Let's take a look at the people that are behaving out there and entering their weights in that unofficial leaderboard powered by Fishing Chaos here. The catch track, Jason Burrows still up top in a big way. He is being very consistent, adding to that 14-7 from day number one with the unofficial 13-12 today. Had a big BFL win right up the road at Lake Hartwell this past weekend, and Jason has been in the mix since he joined us here in the league. Always very consistent, but especially when we get over in this part of the world, not a surprise there at all to see him up top. Joey Bloom, though, is that a surprise? The Florida pro.
Glad to see it. He had a great practice, and he's on the roll, man. He caught a hog head yesterday. It was a daggone 3-pounder and a 7-pound frame, but I mean, he's on him.
Post-spawn fish 14-5 yesterday, 11-8 unofficially. They Cole Harris, leader of the D team, leader of the pack there in third place. Richard Key, Corey Casey, Scott Cameron,
N.T. Cooper,
just bringing it right now. No doubt about it. Christopher, KJ Queen, Kevin Rogers, Hank Cherry, one of the local favorites, that back-to-back classic champ. He outdid you there when he did that back-to-back in 2 separate years. Brandon Cobb rounding out that top 10. Let's look at the rest of the top 20. Justin Kimmel, Baron Adams, Skeeter Crosby, Ricky Robinson, Dustin Williams, Jason Wilson, who has a ton of experience here, J. Todd Tucker, and David Williams rounding out the unofficial top 20. D-Dub, last time I looked at the catch track, only registering 3 fish right now. You and I talked. You had a confidence about him yesterday, Dave.
Oh, yeah.
At the weigh-in that was intoxicating. You're like, I actually said to you, I'm like, better watch that man right there. He's going to be trouble. Started the day in 6th place, having a lot slower day today, it looks like, out of Lake Norman. Back to KJ Queen.
And the way it sounds, man, that deep dive app says tomorrow's going to be a little different. The way the wind picks up, it's going to be interesting. I might activate Williams bite again.
Oh, come on. Thank you. Like, I ain't got many hooks left.
Now, look, that's bad for a man that's got his own tackle company named after him. If you ain't got enough hooks, that ain't nobody's fault but your own, son. Go to Tackle Warehouse, get some more.
Especially right now, man. They got a daggone 35% blowout sale going on.
He's going to sleep good tonight. I'm going to jump back over to Patrick Walters. Still hanging on this one bedding fish, like he's hanging on to his NPFL record we mentioned earlier. Most wins, most top fives, most top 10s with 12, most consecutive top 10s with 7, heaviest average bass for the career, a little over 3.25 pounds, and the most money won with $483,500. No big deal.
And we're just talking about the NPFL.
Yeah. You don't want to, if you rack it all together, we'll be reading it till the end of the show. Oh, no. Again, we're having some audio issues. Patrick's mic back, so you have to hear us run our mouths. Cat, would you like to make some bird noises?
Caw, caw.
Sounds of spring. Patrick, one of many anglers in this NPFL field, running around with a Yamaha strapped to the back of his boat, and it pays to run a Yamaha here in the NPFL. $5,000 going to be paid to any angler that wins that's got a Yamaha back of their boat. And in the case that they do not win, $1,000 going to the highest finisher. Lots of incentives to run a Yamaha out on the NPFL and any trail you're fishing, besides the fact that they will get you back.
Oh, yeah.
Don't have to worry about a Yamaha very often. And we do have a ton of them in the field.
Absolutely.
Appreciate the folks from Yamaha being a part of the National Professional Fishing League, supporting pro fishing across the board as much as they do.
Huge part of the industry, without a doubt.
Show enough. Show enough, that cat.
I heard you the first time. I got
Show enough.
Yeah, I got no show enough. Yeah, I get it.
Welcome back to the NPFL studios, powered by Pro Guy Batteries. And Patrick Walters doesn't need any Pro Guy batteries right now. He has been spiked down with those power poles for a minute. I mean, what are we talking about? Over 30 minutes on this one fish?
Dude, and we just ran through his stats. Very impressive. We watch him all the time on live, but this is it's unique seeing him doing right now. Like, it's spending that much time. It's like I say, it's got to be Big Daddy Butler.
It's healthy for sure. And like you said, every time we cover him, we can't ever go to him because he's running, pulls up, makes 5 casts, picks the trolling motor up, runs again. So this is certainly a different look for Patrick, but it's got to be a healthy one. And at some point, you got to think he's going to get to bite. He did kind of give us a stank face
a
little earlier, so I think it might not be going like he wants it to go. But we will check back in with Patrick Walters as soon as we check in with the sponsors that make it all possible here in the NPFL. We appreciate all of you tuning in today. We'll be back in just a few moments for more Norman Action, stop number 2, National Professional Fishing League.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
Epic only gives you one shot, so come armed with the Quest series, Minn Kota's toughest motors yet. Go where the fish are worth the fight, where chaos is the cost of entry, where the highlight reels happen. Motors that never let up, so you're never let down. The bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
Pro Guide Batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. Pro Guide Batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium Pro Guide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
We're back with KJ Queen. Like we just came back as he was throwing one back that wouldn't help. KJ sitting here on point, must be looking at one. Perfect little spot to be spawning. We saw KJ earlier this morning, had his hands full with one he was sight fishing for, got it in the boat. Good quality largemouth, especially for Lake Norman.
Well, where she went. It's actually really nice sized fish.
KJ started today in third place, 15-8. If you guys are in the Charlotte area, come on down to Blythe Landing. Live weigh-in kicks off at 3 p.m. with Big Al McCullough bringing the boom.
Fat Cat bringing the free hugs.
Maybe a couple Eskimo kisses too. Come on. We got that drive-through weigh-in. It's a good time. Be some folks down there selling some stuff like some bass meat. Bass meat in the house. Come down, check their baits and rods out. They'll be set up. Plenty of NPFL merch.
First form folks hanging out on the side.
Absolutely. Lots of other things going on. So y'all come on out. Hang out with us. If you can't make it today, come on by tomorrow. At Blythe Landing.
Can't tell. It's deep. She might would help. Might not. I don't know. Ain't big enough to make it 100% call on.
KJ Queen, one of 29 anglers that have limited every day so far in this 2025 NPFL campaign. Greg Hackney, Patrick Walters, two others on that list are on camera today. No angler has ever done that for the entire NPFL season.
Right, just keep making moves.
We'll see if this crew can pull that off this year. As KJ pulls up the trolling motor. We're going to go back to the coach, silently coaching today. Before we went to break, Patrick was posted up and had been for well over 30 minutes, safe to say, on a better. And we got word while we were at break that he might have got that fish to bite. Take a look back at that. Patrick Walters. We thought it might be a good one, and it was.
Yes, sir.
Unfortunately, no audio. I have no doubt when he held his hand up there, he said, "Thanks, Luke and Fat Cat. You guys are the best. Gosh, couldn't do it without you." Shout out Brad Fuller, Catch Track.
All the good things.
All the good things. Now back live with Patrick Walters. I think that right there shows how important these 3 to 4 pound bass are on this lake because there are so many 2 pound.
And having the confidence to commit, especially in a tournament like this. You waste a lot of time. It's uncharacteristic of him to spend that much time on one fish, but it's not uncharacteristic to see him connect.
During tournament days, I couldn't get them to hit it.
Oh, back to Ricky Robinson. Fat Cat, did he put the long A down?
Man.
Yes, wind baiting.
Conditions have changed for him. The wind is really laid down.
Shit. It's way too shallow. Don't know why I stopped here. I ain't no bed fisherman. That's the reason I ain't looking for it. I just don't do it. I really, my opinion, it needs to be illegal. That's our future. The fishing. Let them spawn.
It's a debate that's been going on for years.
There have been a lot of them come off the bed over the years. Lakes are in pretty good shape. That's my 2 cents worth on it. The strangest thing about that argument to me, to go down that rabbit hole for 2 seconds, back out, is even if you can't see one, how do you know that one wasn't spawning when you catch it, right?
You're going down that rabbit hole by yourself.
Long A so much.
I don't. Ooh. Put it where you want it, Ricky. Quad box action.
Patrick looks like he's on his perch.
Who's making a sandwich, one or the other? Oh. He's working. See, a little bit of everything in this quad box.
I really cannot tell how big that fish is.
I think consistently today, KJ Queen scares me if I'm in the field more than anybody. He has made a lot of the right moves. We have heard him say that so many times. He's seen a lot of fish today, while a lot of others have said they're gone.
Right. He's in the right spot wherever he's. And plus, had history knowing what to look for.
But having confidence, oh, I 3 pockets up. I caught a 5-pounder there one time. Big ones like spawn in there.
That's great.
Can be a blessing and a curse on your home lake this time of year, man. Really.
With the conditions being so swinging and miss, somewhat stable.
You would have never thought of taking them plastic totes and making you a raft out of
I
it.
think it really is a home lake advantage.
Huh?
Make it a what?
Look, they got them black totes you buy at Home Depot. Got them tied together back there and got a crate on top of it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Oh God. This one's a need right here, buddy.
We're seeing right now, KJ's on point. Patrick's on point.
Patrick's right on top of one.
He is. He's drop shotting.
KJ say this is one that he needs.
Uh-oh. I thought he was going crouching tiger mode.
full sneak mode.
She's so hard to catch where she's at. She's going to be extremely hard to catch.
This is the story of my life.
I could just figure out where her bed is. The problem is, Holly.
Ricky hooked
freaking
up.
Big. I better put it on heavy line. If she does bite, I gotta get her in.
Be interested to see if this helps Ricky. Doesn't look like it will, based on what we saw him catch this morning.
And did he set that swim bait down and catch that on something else?
It looked like a long egg.
Okay.
He's going to call.
Oh, goodness. Don't spit that up.
Yeah, man. Every ounce count at this tournament. Better believe that.
He's going to spit that up my live well is what he's going to do. What he was going to do. Uh-oh.
Hooked him in the face and drug him from his home, took away his cheeseburger.
We gained 4.
4 ounce upgrade.
11-4.
All right, 11-4. You might want to pull the beam out.
Man, it said blue. I got another one that's. It ain't that one. It ain't that one. It ain't that one.
Culling is always important, but this week can mean thousands of dollars potentially as this thing lines on to Finale Friday.
It's a brave man. Yeah, you're right.
I'm going to tell you, he hit it like there was somebody else with him.
Love me some Ricky Robinson today.
We could change it to Ricky Robbie, shaking and baking. Let's go.
Man, that wind hitting my wet hands, but I got making it cool. Take that 115 out and replace it with a 4-pounder. I'm sitting right where I needed to be. Dang it. Right where I needed to be. sitting on that pole.
Cooper hooked up. Quad box catching going.
Let's go.
Patrick went off point. KJ still on point. Cooper hooked up. Ricky Cullen.
Tried to be all slow and sneaky.
Jason Burrows is our unofficial leader. Fact cat. According to the old Fishing Chaos catch track, he'll be fishing that championship on Lake Harbor where he just won a BFL. That's a 6th place there. NPFL. Don't you know he's looking forward to that? And Logan Martin later this year. He had a top 10 Logan Martin to start the year last year, I believe.
I mean, it helps a little bit. I still need to catch a couple 3-pounders, or at least 2.5s. We'll just keep plugging away and hope we run into them. I mean, I could be wrong. I could look like an idiot right now, but it just seems a lot tougher today. I mean, it is for me anyway, and that's all that matters. It's tougher for me, so just got to keep after it and salvage the day the best that we can, so that we don't fall too far. You know, we got to get a couple decent bites. Really need to get up into that 10-pound range, which we do not have that yet. We need a couple solid bites to get to that point. So that's the goal for the rest of the day, is just two good bites, and we'll have, done our job and salvaged the day anyway. And then if wouldn't turn down a 5.8 again either, but that's not something you can expect, but I definitely wouldn't turn it down.
Quad box giving us the goods.
Absolutely.
As we enter the last hour of NPFL Live here on Lake Norman, day 2. Stop number 2.
We've got to see a little bit of action in that quad box.
Somebody that wasn't invited to the quad box party, Mr. Greg Hackney. Check back in with the Hack Attack, your day 1 leader. 16-6 yesterday.
We'll
That
finish
big
out
Al
this,
just tore up.
finish out this pocket. I mean, I guess it's been good. I've culled in here twice, maybe 3 times. I know for sure I helped myself twice. So, I mean, the whole deal is I got to run up on a 4-pounder. I mean, that's the reason I just keep looking and going. I'm upgrading a little bit, but if I need one to do some serious damage. I mean, I just feel like it's just any time I'm gonna come up on one. Man, that's a pretty nice one there. I don't even know where it came from. They just swimming around everywhere. Isn't it funny? You go in one pot. Of course, it's also that time of the day when I can see really well. Like, that's the reason I was like, in the morning time, you can't get in a great big hurry because you can't see. I'm just so much more efficient once once I get to where I can see. Man, there should have been one there. And there's the nest right there. I see a nest right there, but I don't know. I mean, if you get in a place where you think there should be one, a nest, there'll be one. Well, he's coming back. I don't know. Dang it. I probably had to fish for him. I think he might have come off that nest right there. I don't know. I couldn't tell. He's pretty deep, but he looked pretty thick. I don't know. Of course, now he's out here jacking around, so I don't know. I don't see any other place. I mean, see any other place he could have come from. God, there's a bigger one right there. I don't know where it came from either.
Lake Norman Aquarium,
buddy. You just hit the wrong button or something. Ooh, speaking of aquariums. See a little something right there?
back with KJ Queen here.
Familiar sight for him this morning.
Oh, gosh, she's so big.
We've heard him say that a lot today. I've seen a lot of good fish in these areas.
For that one he wrestled in the boat earlier, for Norman, it was healthy.
If I could somehow skip under that log, I might catch him. I don't know how I did that.
Little ricochet.
I guess it's your luck. Might catch him right here.
Let's go.
I don't know. I didn't get far enough right. Come on. Go over there and eat it, dude. Just go eat it, baby. Just go eat it. Ah. She acts like she wants to bite more than he does. I wish she would. It would be nice.
Man, that one is a tricky spot too.
Oh, I did not need that. Gosh. Oh.
Sight fishing can be one of the most exciting things that you can do. It's a mix of hunting and fishing, and it can be one of the most frustrating, time-eating things that you can do in a tournament. Oh, man, when it goes right and the stars align, it can be a lot of fun. And we've seen Greg Hackney have some luck today. Just a little earlier while we
something right there I haven't seen
were away on break.
A fry ball. I haven't seen, I don't know
he
what,
was
I don't
chasing
see
that
the
fry
fish,
ball.
but I see it. Can you see them? They're right on, I'm gonna pitch right in them. That would kind of make sense if that fish is making them crazy loops and wild acting, you know, fry garter. He's looking at the worm. I think my worms went past him now, but that's him. 100% now I figured out, I was like, that's the reason he's making those crazy loops like that. That's the reason I almost caught him a while ago and didn't know it. You know, all of a sudden he showed up under that dock after my worm, and I was like, I was hoping he was on the bed. He wasn't. He'll get the wacky worm the next cast. I just had that shaky head in my hand. I thought I'd show it to him one more time, since he did think about biting it once upon a time. I was thinking the whole time he was on the bed. You know, one time I saw him here, I've seen him there, come from out there. I guess he's just looping that whole, dock. I got him. If I can get him out of there. I think he'll help. He looks decent. Oh yeah, he'll help. Yes, sir. Yes, indeed. Come on back here, buddy. Oh, he's a pretty thing. Come here, buddy. Come here, come here, come here, come here. Yes, indeed. He's actually a little better. He's a nice one. Got that old wacky worm right down in the goozle. I knew I was shaking. It goes, eh. I said, oh yeah. And I knew it wasn't gonna be any more. It was gonna be him, not a.
Beautiful Lake Norman spot. Healthy.
Get rid of something in here, won't he? The old blue, wasn't it? The old red.
If you're one of the other 115 anglers in this field, Fat Cat, of course, they don't know what's going on, but that is the last thing you want to.
They don't want to know that.
They don't want to know that the Hack Attack is on the prowl,
buddy,
to say the very least. What a fantastic day spending all this time in the boat with Greg Hackney today, man. He's been awesome and really been talking and breaking down what he's doing. It's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, dude, everybody we've been in the boat with has been great. That's Patrick Walters, a little audio issue, but we got to see him just bird dog for about 30 minutes and finally capitalize on a good one. Like it's been a great day so far.
No doubt about it. Let's take a quick break to check in with the sponsors, and we'll be right back with more live action from Lake Norman.
Before there were hashtags, there were handshakes and shared stories. They gave us confidence to make our first cast and chase our dreams. They taught us to fish, and in the process, taught us about life. They taught us that success isn't just about reaching the top. It's about lifting others up. The future isn't just about selling tackle. It's about 3 simple words. Let's go fishing. Here's to the original influencers.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
Since 1971, Bass Cap Boats has innovated, persistently thinking outside the box, never abandoning their roots or the commitment to quality through their process. Clearly visible in the new Puma STS, their design and development continues to evolve, improving performance, enhancing the angler's experience, and broadening the appeal of the sport they have dedicated their lives to. Bass Cap Boats. Feel the rush.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hit here with Bass Mooch Fishing, and today we have released the Shovel Tail 4.25. This is our new bladed jig trailer that has flat sides, shovel tail, and what those flat sides do is it allows your bladed jig to track and hunt. It's infused with our mooch juice scent. They stink, so if a bass bites, they hold on. They will not let go. We have 6 awesome colors to choose from. They're available today at bassmooch.com.
We're off the clock to clock more fish, to fill our live wells and empty our coolers, because there's more to explore. The latest Humminbird fish finders work fast, see clearly, and know all the best spots. They fish even smarter paired with the Minn Kota and break down the water like never before. If you like your plans loose and lines tight, then it's time to explore. Only with Humminbird.
All right, guys, no insurance talk on beach day.
I'm down.
Yes, please.
Don't get me wrong, I love my RV, but insuring it is such a hassle.
Same with my boat. The insurance bills are through the roof.
Be cool.
I wish I could group my insurance stuff. Like the house, the car, the RV.
Like a cluster, an insurance cluster.
Yeah, I doubt that exists.
The bundle! It's a bundle and it saves you money! Hi, I'm Will from Progressive and I couldn't help it over here.
Super fun beach day, everybody.
What's going on, guys? Knox Hit here, sales manager of Bass Mooch and Level Rods. We just released the new rake series from Level. This price point is under $100. $99.99 is the retail. 8 casting models, 3 spinning models, built on a 30-40 ton Japanese Toray carbon blank, keeping it very lightweight, very sensitive. We got that paired up with some stainless steel tangle-free guides with titanium oxide inserts. We have a multi-contact reel seat where no matter where your hand is at all times, you have direct contact with the blank, making this a very sensitive rod. We have 8 casting models, 3 spinning models. Get yours today at levelrods.com or bassmooch.com.
Welcome back to Lake Norman. Stop number 2 presented by Progressive here just outside of beautiful Charlotte, North Carolina. A lot of bass swimming around in the shadows of those skyscrapers, Fat Cat, and we are excited to be here for stop number 2. We're excited that this man is here with us, KJ Queen, 3rd place after day 1 with 15.8, having another good day today. 5 in the box, looking for a kicker to upgrade just a little bit, and those 4+ pounders go so far.
It's been a blast to watch on live. Like I say, dude, he got into it earlier. He was wrestling a daggone grizzly bear on the side of the boat. That one we saw him back in that little cove. And that's seemed to be his game plan this whole event. This has been sight fishing. I haven't seen him do much of anything else.
He said that on stage yesterday, Big Al, that he had plucked most of the ones that he planned on catching away. He wasn't sure what day 2 was going to bring, but man, he has played it very well today on the home pond. With a lot of time left to go. We have about 40 minutes left in our broadcast, but the first flight of our anglers not due until around 3 p.m. is going to be when that weigh-in is going to kick off. So lots of time for everybody in the field once we end our broadcast, a couple more hours of fishing time for the first flight. And if you're in that late flight, about 4 more hours after we end our broadcast. Lots of things can happen before that drive-through weigh-ins. Want to make sure you tune into that as well this afternoon, starting around 3 p.m. And if you're in the area, Life Landing is where it goes down.
Bring
Such
the
a
whole
great
family
facility.
out.
Absolutely. Had some families out there yesterday. We met several folks down there.
Good
at Life
crowd.
yesterday.
Yeah, I love my Carolina family. But come on down, man. Bass Beach will be in the house. I have a booth set up, rods, baits, a lot of different things. Some other folks will be down there with stuff to browse around and check out. NPFL will be sell merch, shirts, hats, all kinds of good stuff.
Fat Cat will be down there selling antiques and tie-dye shirts.
Bunch of junk. I mean, you can't make it up. They even still there. So spooky.
We got KJ in 10th unofficially.
Yeah, holding off the front there,
on that catch track. Still only reporting 4. He hasn't updated in a while, so we're going to figure that KJ is a little higher up that leaderboard. A new name to the unofficial top 10. Mr. Record Breaker himself, last week's Bassmaster Elite on the Pasco tank, Kyle Welcher, 2024 Progressive Angler of the Year, adding another 12-12 unofficial. He's got a 4-4 in the boat today, it looks like. He had 12-12 yesterday. So it's like Mr. Welcher might be in the mix on Alley Friday if things shake out.
Uh-oh.
Is that a minimum thing? Consistency in fishing?
Yeah. And so I had a chance to talk to him. He missed the first day of official practice. Showed up a little late on day 2 of practice. We saw him as soon as he dumped the boat. Did a little bit of talking with him. And we'll talk more about tomorrow of what was discussed, because he was saying what he saw when he got there, what he thought was going to happen, and it was pretty interesting. Hey, no history here.
None. Never seen.
0.
He'd never made a cast in the state of North Carolina until last week's Bassmaster Elite. You've had some major events on Lake Norman over the years, just not a ton. It's not this destination where you see the tournament trails just – there are lakes in Gunnersville, Pickwick, the St. Lawrence River, just historic tournament fisheries for all the organizations. And Norman's just never been that. You've had FLW tours, a few Bassmaster Tour events before it was actually called the Elite Series. But
we're talking 15, 20 years ago. But
yeah.
times they did visit more than they do now for sure.
So we have KJ Quinn and Ricky Robinson side by side in this toolbox. I think it's interesting. KJ, 10th place unofficially, 22.8. Ricky, 21st place, 21.8. A pound difference in 11 spots, man. It is so tight. Ricky catches a 3 to 4 pounder, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, Ricky's in second. I mean, it is such an interesting event.
Yeah, like we saw Ricky earlier take the shad out of the mouth, go back to the water. But it was going to come out anyways. Like we were saying earlier, man, every ounce will count here more so than a lot of places we'll fish this year.
Richard Cooper, yet another North Carolina pro. North Carolina well represented.
NPFL veteran.
DW David Williams moving up into that unofficial top 10.
Started today in 6th place.
5 for 812. Got a lot of people not reporting though, that had good bags yesterday. And I'm talking even down into the 20s. It would appear. I mean, there's several names I could call out, like the teacher at school. I'll leave that up to you at the weigh-in. Bring the muscle. The enforcer.
We'll get the steel cage set up. I'll come off a top rope on a few of them.
You know, there are a few of our anglers that I'm sure don't want to tangle with you, but then we have a few.
Oh, buddy. Hey, listen.
That are a handful.
Yeah. I'm not Billy Bad Bass by any means. All right. We got a few
I think you and Seth Ellis. You and Seth Ellis just tangle up.
He full grown, Wolf.
Tag team partners.
There we go.
Ain't nobody rolling in on Seth fish throw over his line on a ledge spot on Pickwick or something.
He's a big old teddy bear. Turn into a grizzly real quick, though.
I need to hurry up and just catch Goofy here and leave.
Go back.
But I'm
Dual
kind of
box action.
hesitating.
Patty
I thought
Walt,
he might
Greg
set that big
Hackney.
one, but I don't know. The buck that
Sandbagging
she was with, or
professional.
the other fish, looked to be about the same
locked in.
size that same size that he was.
How shallow it is for Patrick's up.
It's one thing I've noticed about Lake Norman. Red clay bank.
I don't even know where he went now that I decided I wanted to fish for him.
Got us in a 2-box.
Something's going on there. I don't know. I don't know if it was him or there's another one out there rolling up on its side. I'm fixing to get hung again if I'm not careful. I just need to put that drop shot in there, I guess.
Did you say a drop shot?
Yeah, that's what I got it rigged up over. That's what so I honestly, I fooled with a couple in practice with it and they bit so quick. I was like, well, that's what I'll end up fishing for them with when I find one. I bit that dang shaky head so good, and it's so, a jig and a lead head and a hook, you can't, it's so simple.
Yeah, it's about like fishing with a jig.
Right. That's what it's similar to. So and the hookup's good on it, you know, so. I rigged it up in there very well. I pitched it on that big one, bit it yesterday, the biggest one I caught.
A lot
She
of
run
new
at it. She
things
never, I don't know
happening
that
here
she
in
ever bit it, but
2025, the National Professional Fishing League. Obviously, the shot across the bow that woke the industry up a little bit was the forward-facing sonar live imaging ban that was put in place last September. That was announced,
I
and
might go off and leave him.
we've got a lot of anglers that
At one
very
time I threw in
excited
that
about
brush and
that.
he
But
just
then
shot
you
down
have
in there and
other
got it.
technologies that are
I
still
thought that. I was
available,
like, well,
like a
when I get ready to
Humminbird
catch him, I just need
360
to
side imaging, down
pitch
imaging.
right there because that's where
So
he
it's
wants
not
it.
an electronics ban. And one of the companies that joined in with us here in the league this year is Humminbird. They have their new Explorer series. And if you are an angler out there running an Explorer, you have even more reason to be excited about running it because it pays to explore with Humminbird. And Billy Lowen won that incentive down at Santee Cooper, and he's going to tell us all about it.
Hey everyone, Bill Lowen here, and I was very fortunate at our last event at Santee Cooper to win the Humminbird Explorer bonus. You know, I was utilizing my Explorer unit and my Mega 360 fishing around those cypress trees. Hey look, every cypress tree is not created equal. Some have knees and some don't, and that was the key that week, was to find those cypress trees that had those knees. Those fish were setting up on those trees, they're getting ready to spawn, and those two pieces of equipment give me the ability to do that. I'm Bill Lowen, and here at the NPFL, it pays to explore.
He's like a little shark swimming around out there.
He is, and he's got aggressive tendencies, but ever since I burn him with that worm, I just need to jack with him a little bit. I tried to rub him a little bit, then he acted like he made him mad. Home. I done killed about 18 minutes here from the last time I
Coach Walters apparently spilled coffee on his mic pack this morning. Somebody else on your list, Fat Cats, you got to talk to at the weigh-in. Give him a hard time.
We have to put him in a camel clutch.
Seen him primarily working the bedfish program today. Did see him start on a little bit of a shad small. Never saw him really put any on the box on that.
He needs to get a few more rods on the deck.
If he doesn't have about 47 out there, he doesn't feel comfortable.
No doubt.
He just likes to rig tackle at night, I think. But even when he's the most dialed we ever see him, leading a tournament, blowing it out, he is tripping over rods.
Absolutely.
Stop number 2 here, Lake Norman, this 2025 NPFL season, and it has been fantastic so far. Lots of fish catches. We're going to take a look back Now it's some of day two's highlights so far. We wind down this live coverage today. Richard Cooper, 5'8", Lake Norman largemouth, anchor his bag yesterday.
Also the big bass leader for this event. And Greg Hackney, A1 leader, picking up where he left off. KJ has been fun to watch today.
Ricky Robinson, East Tennessee Pro, has been a blast on live today. Throwing that topwater, catching those spots. 16 even yesterday. A little off that mark so far today, but a lot of time left in his day. He's been begging for wind all day. He'll have it tomorrow, maybe not today. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back. More live action.
The Yamaha VMAX V6 SHO continues to deliver the level of performance that pro bass and multi-species anglers demand. Underneath a bold and aggressive new look, an upgraded charging system with 40% more charging power meets the amped-up demand for today's advanced electronics. The VMAX SHO, raw power, reliability, and exhilarating performance for every angler who loves the sport enough to invest in the best. Yamaha, reliability starts here.
The newest addition to the Basscat STS family is here. Introducing the Caracal STS, showcasing aggressive styling, paired with enhanced performance and a continued dedication to raising the bar. Measuring in at 20 feet 2 inches with an ultra-wide 96-inch beam and rated for a 250 to 300 horsepower engine, the Caracal STS boasts agility and speed and is finished with premium features to satisfy any angler. Basscat Boats. Feel the rush.
Epic only gives you one shot, so come armed with the Quest series, Minn Kota's toughest motors yet. Go where the fish are worth the fight, where chaos is the cost of entry, where the highlight reels happen, motors that never let up, so you're never let down. The bigger the question marks, the better the quest.
ProGuide Batteries have been supporting the fishing industry for 42 years. The future of fishing is lithium batteries. ProGuide Batteries has joined the lithium world. Get all-day reliability with lithium ProGuide batteries. Check them out at ProGuideBatteries.com.
When it comes to finding jigs, spinnerbaits, and buzzbaits, keep it in the USA. Go with Epic.
Epic's tackle is designed by fishermen for fishermen, with hours and hours of thought behind it.
That's why our tungsten weights keep your line from fraying, cast after cast.
Whether it's saltwater or freshwater, Epic's lure designs will give you the edge on your next big catch.
Epic, veteran owned. So check us out, America. EpicBaitsFishing.com.
Back live. Lake Norman, stock number 2 with Richard
Give me an
Cooper.
after lunch report.
It's picked up just a little bit. Size still not where it needs to be, but it has picked up just a little bit. I'm getting a few more keeper bites. Just nothing that has helped so far. We're just gonna keep after it. And fish hard till the last second. See if we can't. One big fish would make a huge difference with what I got right now, and kind of keep me in the mix. Just missed one right there. See if we can't throw in there and catch it again. These underneath these floats.
Little cell phone service
Not
interference
the right
with Cooper.
size that we need. I'll just keep plugging away.
It's crazy they spawn. The water's way up and they're spawning high, but they aren't spawning where the water's pushed all the way back to. You think they'd push back and spawn, but they know where that original bank line sits, and they're spawning at that original bank line.
That's some good insight by KJ.
Dang it, right there's your bed. That's a place for a giant. Oh, they're deep like that. Be a big one.
KJ hitting us with a lot of local knowledge.
Just don't move.
Right there.
Don't move.
About the water levels and things. Something else he knows is this is going to be a tight event. He talked about that yesterday at the weigh-in.
No, no, you stay, baby. Gosh, dang it. She ain't gonna stay. Oh, no. Gosh. Freaking absolute giant. Gosh, I just barely missed the cast. The cast was just a little bit right, and I would have hit her. Is that her? Surely not. Dude, that was an absolute freak of nature. Hope that she's on the bed there, but I don't think she is. Gosh. Shouldn't have cast it there, I should have waited. Gosh, it's a giant. Things like that wide across its back. Oh my gosh, I think is that her? I see her. I see the buck. That's what I see. Buck's not bad though. Spooky as all get out. It's gonna be hard to catch.
All right, that's right. Where to? What are you thinking?
KJ has not drifted away from this sight fish deal in 2 days. KJ was one of those locals that at the weigh-in said he would kind of expected to see the weights drop today. We've heard Richard Cooper talk about that today. We've heard Hackney talk about that today. Ricky Robinson got that east wind, which you've been working with me for 5 years. You know, I hate an east wind. Makes me angry. Makes the fish really just in a bad mood a lot of times. A lot of them predicted that, but then we got a south wind tomorrow, trending, a little warming. You know, it's been cold. We've had a couple cold nights in a row. Going to have a warm night tonight. A lot of those same locals said Friday, that finale Friday, is going to be a fantastic time.
Can you see her on the camera? Gods, dude, this thing is, I mean, freaking spooky. It's a solid 3 something. And just catch it. I just don't know if I can catch it. I don't think I can. She's so spooky. He comes back though. If they ever get him fired up, I'll probably catch him. Just gotta back way off of him. Maybe. I don't know. He's so spooky.
If he thinks the buck is 3 pounds,
buddy,
and he was panicked by how big the female, how big is the female?
Buddy, the way he described it, you could put a saddle on the back.
God, it was a huge fish. I'll circle back, but I didn't see her or anything. I don't know if
I deal with my youngest son about every evening. We just
but
started a
big old line
spec
fish. I'm
out,
pretty sure it's that.
Everybody's chatty.
$700,000 spec out. My son's had trouble saying that Dad's retired. I do. If I ain't helping one, I'm helping the other one.
Robinson boys, stay on that.
Well, it don't look like it worked. I thought I'd come back in here and
This time of the year, you know, if there was a bunch of them done, I ain't seen it, you know.
You just see a hand. Keep going.
See, Ricky's got that boat spot locked where the wind's at his back, nose of the boat, into the wind, so he can cast the top water a little better. What little wind he's got.
Perfect place. I mean, not a freaking bed.
From 2 pounds to 7 pounds.
That's amazing.
And then my 2 oldest sons went back down there on a Tuesday, and we didn't catch as many, but our 5 best weighed like 32 pounds. Caught every one of them on that right there.
Must have been in the clubhouse.
The main cut line on this here is 12 pounds. I'm 15 ounces away from 12 pounds.
Ricky, talk about that check line. Around 38th place for this event. Going to take home a paycheck here at Lake Norman. But no cut. All anglers and fish all 3 days.
No kidding.
Let me step around. You're gonna. Yep. You just stay up there. I'm gonna back up. That's all I'm gonna do. So reach on down that thing just.
You got backup beepers on the boat. Tell me I'm lying.
Technology's getting out of control. There'll be videos made about that this afternoon. People irate.
Hackney in between things, fishing in that gray area.
There must have been only 2 up here a while ago.
JJ Queen hooked up.
Shoot, I'm thinking. Only upgrade I done yesterday was just 4 ounces. That's all I've done so far.
He puts that extra oomph into it too when he casts that thing.
You got to have all the oomph you can with that thing, especially on a bait caster. That takes a man.
Look, what's Walt? Is Walter's about to jam steel for a second? He's on point.
He did kind of lean with it, rock with it for a second there.
Come on, fish. Come on.
One thing I do know, man, with the 5 fish limit, a good rule of thumb is that you must not trail by more in the wake or tournament big fish to have a chance on the final day. It could be 20 plus anglers in that group today, Luke.
So 5'8" can't be more than 5'8" back.
We started today 50th with 5 pounds behind first.
But those 5-pounders hard to come by.
There you go, I'm here, right?
We saw some big comebacks at Santee Cooper. Zach Burge didn't even fish the first day and ended up catching enough to get a check at Santee Cooper. It can be done.
Back up just a little bit more.
Not as many 8 to 10 pounders swimming in Lake Norman as Santee
Not bad.
Cooper, though.
Now you want stripers.
Jet skis. Maybe a few carp.
Try the end of it right there, a couple casts and see.
Welcome back to the NPFL Live Studios, powered by Pro Guide Batteries for one final time today as we wind down our final minutes here on NPFL Live. Day 2, Lake Norman, and it was a dang good time, Fat Cat.
They've been catching them, buddy. And we knew they were going to catch them. I mean, coming to this event, we knew that the bass would be in all phases of the spawn. We didn't know we were going to have the weather we're getting because typically, man, it's a roll of the dice, but we hit Lake Norman at very, very good window.
Had a little bit of a cold front coming into the tournament, but
Man,
Chamber
I'm saying
of Commerce weather.
I did have a frost first night of practice, but other than that, it's been all right.
Now we've got a warming trend heading into that final day tomorrow, finale Friday. Somebody's going to win $100,000. We're going to sort things out, but let's take a look at the unofficial leaderboard as we roll out here on day number 2. Look forward to that drive-through weigh-in. Big Al McCullough, where all these weights will become officially official at Blythe Landing. Jason Burrows, he has been the man. He got off to a fast and furious start yesterday and the same today. He told us he caught that 14.7 in 10 minutes yesterday, Fat Cat. Got after it again today, 13.12 unofficially. Joey Bloom, Kyle Welcher, Baron Adams joining the party. Cole Harris, Scott Hamrick, who's got a lot of knowledge here as well. Richard Key, Justin Kimball, DW, David Williams, and Corey Casey, who finished second there at Santee Cooper, rounding out our unofficial top 10 right now. Let's take a look at the rest of the top 20 here. KJ Quinn, Jason Reyes, Will Fletcher, Hunter Sales making noise today. Cooper slipped a little bit from his 5th place to start today. Kevin Rogers, Billy Lowen trying to explore his way into that top 10. Hank Cherry, Brandon Cobb, and Jason Miniger, another veteran pro, rounding out the unofficial top 20 here on day 2. And we're going to check out some fish catches as we roll out here. We will see Life Landing at 3 p.m. for that drive-through weigh-in, and right back here in the morning, 8 a.m. Eastern, for more live action. Stop number 2, Lake Norman.